And a pleasant good afternoon and welcome, baseball fans, to another edition of Klamath Falls Falcons Baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on MyBasin.com. It is the final day in Wasilla, Alaska for the Klamath Falls Falcons as they have got two games on tap today with the opener against the Madisonville Rangers from Madisonville, Kentucky. The Klamath Falls Falcons 13-2 overall on the season, 2-0 here at the Todd Memorial Tournament, which means they have a ticket to the group championship game, which will be coming up later on today. Now, who will they play? Well, that's what we have to figure out here. With Madisonville being 1-1, if they find a way to edge the Falcons out in this game, that will improve Madisonville to 2-1. The Falcons will drop to 2-1, which means these two teams would play again in the championship game. But if Klamath Falls is able to defeat Madisonville, then due to the tiebreaker, which is runs allowed, it would be the Wasilla Road Warriors who play the Falcons in the championship game. But still 7 innings ahead of us here in Madisonville, playing for their tournament lives against the Klamath Falls Falcons. We'll introduce you to both of their starting lineups here in just a moment as we step aside for a quick bit, and we are nearly ready for baseball here on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. Josh Eldridge here live from Bumpus Field in Wasilla, Alaska.
Pacific Power works day in and day out to power our communities because we know our neighbors rely on us. We're trimming and clearing branches around poles and lines, protecting our system, and giving you real-time updates when storms roll in. You can count on us in all seasons. 24/7, we're here for you. Powering your greatness.
The cars we drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see two things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the two memories that stick out the most to me.
As a parent of a high school athlete, I've given up trying to get pictures of my kid playing sports. It's nearly impossible to take pictures and enjoy the game. There is a solution, though. God's Gifts Photography attends high school sporting events in the Basin to take individual and team action photos at a great price. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook to learn more. They'll come and capture your athlete in action, creating those frameable lifelong memories so you can watch and just enjoy the moment. Call 541-281-2206 to get your athlete on their schedule. God's Gifts Photography.
Josh Eldridge back with you from Bumpus Fields, tucked away here in the Mat-Su Valley of the last frontier, the 49th state of Alaska. Glad to be with you today as the Klamath Falls Falcons get ready to take on the Madisonville Rangers in the the sixth game of the tournament here at the Todd Ryan Memorial in Wasilla, Alaska. This is the final game of group play before the Klamath Falls Falcons will advance on to the championship game later on this afternoon. Will they play Madisonville? Well, only if the Rangers are able to find a way to defeat the Falcons today. Let's introduce you to the starting lineups. First, for the visiting Madisonville Rangers. Leading off is their third baseman, Connor Mitchison. Layden Bozarth is at shortstop, batting second. Xavier Martin is in right field, hitting third. Batting cleanup is Hayden Hudson, the first baseman. Micah Austin at second base, batting fifth. Jalen Groves, the pitcher, is hitting sixth, followed by the center fielder, Easton Mefford, is batting seventh. Hitting eighth is Tate Nobles, the catcher. And Jax Lee is in left field. He bats ninth for the Rangers. They will be going up against Colby Medeiros on the mound for the Klamath Falls Falcons. He's got a lineup behind him that goes like this. Max Price leads off at third base. Connor Shively bats second at shortstop. Jacoby Takini is the designated hitter. He bats third. Colin Takini is the cleanup hitter. He's at second base. P.J. Safford, the catcher, is batting fifth, followed by Carson Sims in center field, hitting sixth. Batting seventh is Corbin Hamilton at first base. Ryan Glidden is in right field, batting eighth. and Chase Barrett is in left. He bats ninth for the Falcons. They'll go up against, like I said, Jalen Groves. We'll take a look at the numbers for him once he takes the hill, but the right-hander Colby Medeiros gets ready to step in. This is his first start on the mound this season for the Falcons. It'll be his fifth appearance, but the first time that he's getting the nod to start the ball game. Oh, okay. Sorry for the silence there. There was a brief pause before we could get started. I think that they're worried about the Madisonville base coaches having helmets, and so got to bring out some helmets. It gives us a quick moment to recognize the folks who make this trip to Alaska possible for us here on mybasin.com. Two major sponsors helped us get here, and that would be the Eisler Group in Klamath Falls and Heartfelt OBGYN. Both of them has stepped up, so we asked them pretty late in the game to step up and be a part of what we've got going on here in Alaska for the Falcons. And because they supported us, and it was so last minute, and that was, again, on us, but these folks, they said, you know what, we want to get you to Alaska. We want to support you getting there, and we want to be able to make sure that everyone back home can watch Klamath Falls Falcons baseball. So big thank you to the Eisler Group, and big thank you to Heartfelt OBGYN in Klamath Falls, along with our other sponsors, of course, but those two specifically making this specific trip possible. And still waiting on these helmets for the base coaches. Again, let's go ahead and just recap the tournament as we've had it for you so far, as we were able to kind of take a deeper dive into this right now. It all started a couple of days ago back on Monday. Now, Monday night, it was the two Alaska teams who played against each other. It was Palmer against Wasilla, and Palmer won that game 4-1. I moved them to 1-0 in group play, but Palmer would come back on Tuesday morning and lose to Madisonville 10-8 in what has probably been the best game of the tournament so far. A lot of offense. I believe there was 6 lead changes in that contest. It was a very fun baseball game to watch, but Madisonville improving to 1-0, sending Palmer to 1-1 in bracket play before Wasilla came back and defeated that Kentucky team 6-1. That was in game 2 yesterday. Of course, Klamath Falls defeated Palmer 12-1 and then defeated Wasilla 10-0. That win against Wasilla advanced them to the tournament championship game. And the tiebreaker is going to be based on runs allowed, which at this point, unless Madisonville finds a way to beat the Falcons today, they have just allowed more runs than Wasilla has. So if they get sent to a 1-2 record and the Falcons are 3-0 in bracket play, it would be the Road Warriors that the Falcons would play in the championship game. But as we get started at strike one, fired in by Colby Medeiros to Connor Mitchison, goes outside with the fastball, and we are underway. A couple of minutes past schedule, but of course we had to get the batting helmets going on. It's a nice day so far here in Wasilla. It is blue skies overhead and about 60 degrees right now, what it was yesterday. Of course, yesterday, after about 4 hours of being here, it started a downpour and had to delay the third game of the day by about an hour, 15 minutes. We're able to get everything in, though, hoping that we can avoid the rain today, as the 1-2 pitch misses below the knees, down and away to Connor Mitchison. I looked at the forecast. It might start raining here in the next 3 or so hours, right around when the championship game is scheduled to begin, as the 2-2 by Medeiros misses outside. Count 3-2 to Mitchison. Hopefully we can avoid it, though. I would certainly like to not have to deal with the rain again, like we did earlier. The 3-2 fouled back. Rumor has it they might move the championship game to Wasilla High School, so that way that field has been, it's just in a little bit better shape than the one that the Road Warriors typically call home in the summertime. Medeiros misses outside on the fastball, borderline pitch that results in a walk to Mitchison to lead off the ball game. So that is how the Rangers from Madisonville, Kentucky get started today. Layden Bozarth is batting next for Madisonville. Let's give you a look at Colby Medeiros on the season, though. Like I said, this is his first start of the year, but his 5th overall appearance. He carries a 1-0 record through 8 1/3 innings pitched and has a 4.2 ERA. Here's a pitch hit high, deep left field. Barrett backpedaling, continuing to go back, but settles underneath it to make the catch for the first out in the first inning. That will result in Mitchison staying put over there at first, and will bring up Xavier Martin for the Madisonville Rangers. Can take a look at Martin on the season so far here in just a moment as he gets ready to step in. Xavier Martin was instrumental in Madisonville's tournament win in Kenai earlier over the weekend. They won that tournament by defeating the hosts 2-0. Runner on the move. Mitchison is going to wind up safely at second, swiping a bag there. And again, I believe that pitch was called strike one to Xavier Martin, who comes in batting .471 on the season. And by the way, that stolen base for Mitchison, stolen base number 8 on the summer for him. Pitch from Medeiros misses outside. The count is a ball and a strike. Hayden Hudson waits on deck for the Madisonville Rangers. Colby Medeiros comes set, looks in, gets the sign from P.J. Safford. The other half of the battery for the Falcons as the 1-1 is fouled off. Count a ball and 2 strikes. We'll get you the defensive order for the Falcons once this at-bat with Xavier Martin is concluded. Xavier Martin was without a hit in Madisonville's first game against Palmer in the tournament, but he did have a sacrifice fly and an RBI in that contest. Also a run scored as he walked and would come around to score in that game. The next game against Wasilla, Xavier Martin didn't get a chance to play in that game. Sends a ground ball to short. Shively backhands it. The throw across the diamond is in time. A close play, but Shively making a strong throw across the diamond in time for the out. Now, Mitchison does advance to third on that play. With 2 away, it'll bring up Hayden Hudson. Starting at third for the Falcons is Max Price. Connor Shively starts at short. Colin Takini at second with Corbin Hamilton at first. And the outfield after this as the pitch misses in the dirt to Hayden Hudson. Count is 1-0. In the outfield from left to right, it's Chase Barrett, Carson Sims, and Ryan Glidden. Medeiros comes set, takes a look at the runner at third. It's Mitchison and delivers the pitch. Misses down and away with the off-speed pitch. And the count is 2-0. Remember, Mitchison walked to lead off the ball game. Advanced to second by stealing second, then advanced to third on that ground ball to short. Here's the pitch from Medeiros. The 2-0 will miss well outside and in the dirt. The count 3-0. Medeiros will be a junior next year at Bonanza High School. The only Antler part of the Falcons this year, but he's seen some good time out there on the mound. Again, this is his 5th appearance, first start, as he misses low there, 3-0, or on the 3-0 pitch to make it a 4-pitch walk to Hudson, and that will bring up Micah Austin. Austin in Madisonville's first game of this tournament wound up going 2 for 4 with a double and an RBI. He also scored 2 runs in that contest. That was Madisonville's 10-8 win against Palmer. Medeiros gets ready for the pitch, looks in, gets the sign from Safford, and ready to deliver. Kicks and fires. That pitch misses low and away. Count 1-0 to Micah Austin. Jalen Groves, the starting pitcher, is on deck for the Rangers. Medeiros delivers. That one right over the heart of the plate. Must have missed upstairs. Count is 2-0. Maybe a touch inside. My angle is a little bit off to the right, but I looked about middle, but could have been high. Here's the pitch from Medeiros. That one misses off the outside, and the count 3-0. Colby having trouble finding the strike zone here in the first inning. Already 2 free passes given up, and in danger of a third here in a 3-0 count against the second baseman for Madisonville. The pitch from Medeiros is going to miss outside, and there you go. Back-to-back 4-pitch walks. We'll move Hudson to second. Mitchison will stay at third, and Austin is aboard at first. And this will bring up Jalen Groves. Jalen Groves was 3 for 4 in the first game in this tournament for Madisonville. Had 3 singles and a run scored in that game, and then was 0 for in the game against Wasilla. but he did score a run after being hit by a pitch in his first at-bat of that game. So now getting his first crack at the Klamath Falls Falcons. And he'll do so with the bases loaded and 2 outs in the top of the first inning, the final game of group play at the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament. Medeiros delivers the pitch, finds the zone. That was a two-seamer, started off the plate, then broke back over the plate, 0-1. Medeiros got himself into this jam. He's going to try to work himself out of it as he comes set. Here's the pitch from Medeiros. That one misses below the knees. Looked to be another fastball, 1-1. The count to Groves. Easton Mefford is on deck for Madisonville. If Groves finds a way to get on base and drive in a run, or maybe more. Here's a pitch hit the other way, right field. That one is going to be caught in right field by Glidden, moving over towards the foul line to put that one away for the third out. Well, no runs and no hits, but Madisonville leaves the bases loaded in the top of the first inning. The Falcons will get their first look coming up next as we continue your coverage of the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament in Wasilla, Alaska on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Time to reclaim your health and your autonomy. At Heartfelt OBGYN, they focus on you. Their evidence-based approach to care means fewer office visits and a targeted treatment plan to directly address your specific needs. They believe in solutions for their patients, not the industry's profit margin. The providers at Heartfelt OBGYN are committed to serving the community and giving back to the basin. Find them at heartfeltobgyn.com. Heartfelt, because you deserve to be in control of your body and your informed choices.
At Eisler Group, they are confident that their tax and accounting professionals are experienced and trained like no one else. From individual, corporate, partnership, estate, trust, Eisler Group stands ready to help you with all of your financial, tax, and accounting needs. They have been in Klamath Falls for nearly 60 years, raising their families here and being part of the community. The Eisler Group can be found at EislerKF.com. That's ISLERKF.com. EislerKF.com.
Set for the bottom of the first inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. Getting his warm-up tosses in on the mound for Madisonville is the right-hander Jalen Groves. And taking a look at the summer for Groves, this will be his second start of the campaign. He's making his second overall appearance as well. Gave up 2 hits and 2 walks, 5 strikeouts in that one start earlier in the summer. But now, with a 0 ERA, we'll go up against the Klamath Falls Falcons, who scored a ton of runs across their first 2 games, set the tournament record at least so far in this tournament for the single game high this year with the 12-1 win against Palmer. And they also scored 10 runs in the game against Wasilla last night. Madisonville is trying to keep them at bay. If they're able to overcome the Falcons, they'll get another chance at the Falcons in the tournament championship game. But again, if the Falcons are able to win this one, they will play Wasilla in the tournament championship game. So Max Price getting ready to step in now for the Klamath Falls Falcons. A good day for Price yesterday. I'll flash you back to the second game of the night, that 10-0 win against Wasilla, where Max Price was 3 for 4 with 2 doubles and 2 RBI and a couple of runs scored as well. A good day for Price. When he leads off innings, he is batting .400 on the season. And now he bats leadoff, so every first inning he's batting leadoff. But, of course, when he mixes in there, you get deeper into games. But when Max Price leads off innings, he is likely to get on base. Here he takes a pitch inside to start things out. The count is 1-0. Overall in the season for Price, batting .373. He has started every single game for the Falcons. That list growing ever shorter for guys who've started every single game of the year. At this point, he is joined by P.J. Safford and Jacoby Tacchini. Right now, Price ahead in the count, 2-0. Tate Noble's the other half of the battery for Madisonville as Price sends a ground ball over to short. Mitchison is up with it over to third, and it's a throw on to first. It is in time for the out. 5-3 in the book there for Price, and it will bring up Connor Shively. Shively leading the team in hitting, coming into play today, batting .596. He saw his lengthy hitting streak end yesterday. And at the time, as he takes strike one. At the time, Shively's hitting streak stood at 12 games, but was able to potentially start a new one with getting on base in the nightcap last night. But so far, that 12-game hitting streak, the longest for any Falcons player this season. Shively sends a ground ball to second. Austin knocked it down, had trouble bringing it up, but recovers in time, and he will make the out at first for the second out in the first inning. Well, this will bring up Jacoby Takini. Has started most games catching this season for the Falcons, but today getting the start as the designated hitter. Hitting, of course, for the pitcher, Colby Medeiros. And the delivery on the way to Takini is flared towards the right side, right towards the first baseman, Hudson. And that will do it for the first inning. The Falcons down in order. We go to the second on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool. On the field. Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah!
Be great.
Participate!
Welcome back to Bumpus Fields in Wasilla, Alaska for the final day of the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament. It's the final game of group play, the championship game still looming. Madisonville trying to book their ticket to that title game, which is scheduled to start about 4 o'clock here in Alaska, which would be 5 o'clock back home in the Basin. But first, they got to get some runs. It's Easton Medford, Tate Nobles, and Jax Lee due up for Madisonville this half inning. Start with the first pitch, fly ball to left field. Chase Barrett in a few steps to put that one away for the out. So one pitch and one gone in the top of the second for Colby Medeiros. Nice way to get that first out quickly. That first inning got away from Colby a little bit. Luckily was able to get out of it unscathed. But 3 walks loaded the bases. Medeiros was able to work himself out of the jam, though. Trying to avoid the jam altogether this half inning as he misses upstairs with the two-seam fastball to Tate Nobles. Medeiros is behind 1-0. This pitch to Nobles is a line drive into left field. That'll be a base hit. Barrett has a little bit of trouble coming up with it in left, but Nobles is going to stay put at first. And so the first base hit of the ball game comes in the top of the second inning and goes to the Madisonville Rangers. Tate Nobles will have a courtesy runner, I believe, in for Madisonville. It looks like it was number 8, which adds up. That's Aiden Rice out there running at first. And so in steps Jack Lee for Madisonville. Lee on the season is still looking for his first hit. He's 0 for his first 9 at-bats this summer as Medeiros bounces one to the plate there. The count is 1-0. After Lee goes back to the top of the order for Madisonville as Connor Mitchison waits on deck. Top of the second inning, still scoreless here in Wasilla. Looking to lay down a bunt. That pitch misses inside. The count is 2-0 to Jax Lee as he pulled back the bunt in time. Lee starting in left field for Madisonville. Lee was 0 for 2 in the game last night in which they played Wasilla. Lee was hit by a pitch and then grounded out 2 times. Delivery on the way from Medeiros. Missed inside, and a 4-pitch walk will move Nobles to second and Lee over to first. And now again back to the top of the order for Connor Mitchison, still without an official at-bat today. Like I said, he walked and was stranded at third in the first inning. That last walk was Medeiros' fourth surrendered already this game. Decent lead off a second for Rice. He's got some speed out there. The second baseman, Takini, trying to keep him honest as the pitch in is a ground ball right back up the middle and into center field. They are going to wave in Rice. The throw takes Safford up the line and gets by him. That's going to allow the other runners to each advance a station. So Rice comes in to score. Lee winds up at third, and the RBI single for Connor Mitchison. He'll camp out at second after advancing in on the throw, and Madisonville is up 1-0. And now 2 men in scoring position with 1 out for Layden Bozarth. Bozarth was 0 for 3 in the game last night against Wasilla, but was 1 for 2 with 2 RBI in the opener against Palmer in that 10-8 win. Had an RBI double in the first inning of that contest. Here's the pitch to Bozarth. Watches that one miss outside. The count is 1-0. I think Medeiros went off speed on that pitch. Maybe it was a curveball, slider. Xavier Martin is waiting on deck for Madisonville as they've got a 1-0 lead in the top of the second inning with 2 more men in scoring position. The pitch from Medeiros is a line drive again straight into center field. That will allow Lee to score. They're waving in Mitchison, and he will score as well. A 2 RBI single for Layden Bozarth puts Madisonville up 3-0. And so now in steps Xavier Martin. Now Martin is 0 for 1 today. He grounded out to shortstop in the first inning. On the season, Xavier Martin batting .471. All of his base hits have been singles. He's got 4 RBIs, 5 runs scored, batting here from the left side. Here's the pitch from Medeiros. Misses outside, and the count is 1-0. Inning started with a flyout from Medford, but Tate Nobles singled. Jax Lee was walked, and then back-to-back RBI base hits from Connor Mitchison and Layden Bozarth have built out Madisonville's lead to 3-0. Medeiros set, and the pitch goes off speed, a line drive left field, but that is going to get down in front of Barrett. Had some front spin on it that made it really dive towards the ground in front of Barrett. Thought he might have had a chance for a moment, but that will be another base hit for Madisonville, advancing Bozarth to second. And Martin safely aboard at first. He's now 1 for 2 in the ball game. And so now it's Hayden Hudson, who walked and was left stranded at second in the first inning. So Medeiros delivers the pitch. It's in the zone for a strike. Two-seam fastball on the outside part of the plate. A little bit high, but good way to find the zone there for Medeiros as he gets ahead of the cleanup hitter. Medeiros set and delivers. Goes curveball, jams up Hudson, and gets him to swing through the off-speed pitch as Medeiros is ahead 0-2. On deck is Micah Austin for Madisonville. We got time at the plate. I think the batter called time there as Hudson wants to reset things in the right-handed batter's box. Medeiros gets the sign in from Safford, comes set, takes a look at the runner at second. That's Bozarth before delivering home. And that pitch is ripped the opposite way, foul. Count remains, no balls and 2 strikes to Hayden Hudson. Hudson on the season, batting .227 for Madisonville. Medeiros comes set and delivers the pitch. Hit in the air, right field. Moving over is Glidden. And he is unable to make the catch in right. That will allow the other 2 runners to advance on the error. Bozarth to third. Martin to second. And my view line is a little bit blocked from just that portion of right field. Want to make sure that that was an error before I write it down in my book. What we do know is that the bases are going to be loaded with just one out. It'll bring up Micah Austin, who is without an at-bat, yet he walked in the first inning. Pitch from Medeiros breaks outside. The count is 1-0. Medeiros asks for another sign from Safford. Safford obliges. Medeiros agrees and comes set. Here's the delivery to Austin. Another chance for Glidden in right. This time he is, I don't think the catch was made again either, as they get a runner at second on the play, and a run scores. 4-0 Madisonville. Oh, so they called that last one a single for Glidden. Or a single against Glidden. Micah Austin. We'll see how they score that one too. Again, I couldn't quite see how that ball fell just from my angle down here. Hudson was out at second, I believe. Austin is aboard at first, which puts runners at the corners, and Xavier Martin at third. If I'm correct. No, Martin scored. Hudson moved to second, and Austin is aboard at first. Here's the pitch. It's a weak fly ball. Shively's going to let it hop in front of him before making the throw, and they got him there. And the out is made to end the inning. Madisonville with a 4-0 lead as we go to the bottom of the second on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. Yeah, me too. I don't know. I also didn't see, did those balls? Welcome you back to 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. It is the bottom of the second inning, a game in which Madisonville leads 4-0. Due up this half inning for the Klamath Falls Falcons will be Colin Takini, P.J. Safford, and Carson Sims. Just trying to recap a little bit what happened that last half inning is kind of started to lose it a little bit on the fly ball to right field from Hudson. He singled and then was out trying to go to second was what happened. So Hudson was out at second, and that allowed Austin at first. So there we go. I mixed up my book just for a moment there. What we do know for sure is that there was 4 runs on that last inning for Madisonville. 6 hits in the inning. I believe they left 2 runners on, and that's how they've got their 4-run lead. Pitch on the way is a line drive center field, sent straight out to Medford. Hardly has to move to put away Takini there. FA in the book, and that is 1 out in the second inning. P.J. Safford due to bat now. And it'll bring up the catcher starting at third base for both games yesterday for the Falcons. As we flash you back to P.J. Safford, was 1 for 3 in the nightcap and a run scored. First pitch to him misses high. The count is 1-0. In the first game, Safford was 1 for 2. singled and grounded out. He also had a sacrifice bunt and was hit by a pitch in that contest. Here's the pitch to Safford. Came in high and tight. The count is 2-0. Again, after Safford, it's Carson Sims in the order for the Falcons. Pitch on the way. That one is in the zone off the outside corner, about bell tie to Safford. Nice location there for Jalen Groves, the right-hander going outside to the right-handed hitting Safford. The count now 2 balls and a strike to him. And here's the pitch. Checks his swing, but shoves it down the first base side. Up with it is Hudson, and he'll take it to the bag for the out. So 2 away quickly in the bottom of the second inning, and now it's Carson Sims who will have a chance for the Falcons. Sims was without a hit in the nightcap last night, but was 1 for 3 in the first game for the Falcons. He singled in the 6th inning of that contest and scored a run. Pitch on the way to Sims out of the windup from Jalen Groves. Here it is. Misses down and in around the shins to Sims. Count is 1-0. On deck is Corbin Hamilton for the Falcons. Here's the pitch. That one nearly got Sims, and he had to duck out of the way of it. The count is now 2-0. Falcons have allowed the fewest runs in the tournament so far across their first 2 games, only allowing 1 run in 2 games. As a strike taken on the outside corner, the count 2-1. It was Madisonville's pitching, which won them the tournament in Kenai. Across 28 innings, had a team ERA of 1. Right now, the Falcons, they're doing well on the defensive end of things as well, trying to match that metric that won the tournament for Madisonville last weekend. Here's the 3-1 pitch to Sims. Swings through the inside changeup. The count is 3-2 to the center fielder for the Falcons. 2 away, bottom of the second, base is empty. The Falcons trail by 4. Here's the pitch. Sims sends a line drive to left field. Lee, moving towards the foul line, will make the catch and end the inning. Falcons down in order in the second. They trail 4-0 against the Madisonville Rangers. We'll be back in just a moment on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
We drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Subaru, you're coming home.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
All right, getting set for the top of the third inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com, live from Bumpus Field in Wasilla, Alaska, for the final day of the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament. This field here at Bumpus Fields, it's quite the complex. You've only been able to see this one angle of the field all day, but if you would look behind me, there are 4 softball complexes. As we were leaving last night, at nearly 9 o'clock, there was an adult league softball game going on. There's soccer fields here. There's all kinds of things. It's a big area here in Wasilla. The first pitch misses down and into Easton Medford from Colby Medeiros, and that is how we get started in the top of the third inning. Pitch on the way is in the zone. A 2-seam fastball worked its way across the plate, and Medeiros evens things up against Easton Medford, who's 0 for 1 with a flyout in the last inning, as Madisonville batted around in the second to score their 4 runs. They did it on 4 hits, and they left a runner on base. Right now, though, after that foul ball, the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes to Easton Medford. Batting from the left side, Medeiros delivers to Medford. Rolls one down the right side of the infield, past the diving glove of Hamilton and in to right. And so Medford aboard with a single to start the third inning. That is now the 7th hit of the contest for Madisonville. And Tate Nobles has one of those 7. He singled and scored a run last inning. Looking to add more as Madisonville leads 4-0. The pitch is going to miss high. They try to backdoor the runner at first, but Medford is back safely. It looked like Nobles was trying to lay down a bunt there, but was able to. Apologies for the break in the action. Lost power here for a moment in Wasilla. That was a line drive to right field that retired Nobles. And so he is the first out in the third inning. Again, apologies for that silence there. You didn't lose us. I lost you and lost power to my audio. So thank you again for being patient with that. As the first pitch to Jax Lee is sent to deep center field. That is over the head of Sims and will roll to the wall. Rounding second, headed for third, and in safely is Easton Medford. A one-out double for Jax Lee. Oh, no, they're going to get the runner at third. It was a really great relay for the Falcons as Medford is out at third, and Lee in safely at second. And so 2 out, and a runner in scoring position as Sims got to the wall, cut off throw to Shively, and then Shively getting the runner at third. Price applying the tag there for the second out. Here's Connor Mitchison, 1 for 1 today with an RBI. Another chance at an RBI here in the third inning. Pitch on the way from Medeiros will drift away. Count is 1-0. Mitchison on the season, second leading hitter for Madisonville, batting .520, leading the team in hits. Medeiros comes set, takes pause before delivery, and the off-speed pitch in the zone for a strike. Might have been a change-up, was just above the belt over the middle of the plate, and the count is even to Connor Mitchison. Medeiros gets the sign in from Safford and comes set. Shortstop Shively keeps the runner at second honest as Medeiros breaks off a breaking ball that misses below the knees. The count is 2-1. After Mitchison, it's Layden Bozarth who's on deck for the Madisonville Rangers. Medeiros shakes off Safford on the first offering, now comes set. And the pitch. That one misses below the knees, outside. Count now 3-1 to Mitchison. Again, already worked 1 walk today, but looking for an RBI with 2 outs in the third. Medeiros again checks the runner at second. Shively returns home, and the pitch is rolled out to third. Max Price plays it on 2 hops. Strong throw to first is there, and that will end the inning. No runs on 2 hits for Madisonville. They leave a runner stranded, and they lead 4-0 as we go to the bottom of the third on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Pacific Power works day in and day out to power our communities. because we know our neighbors rely on us. We're trimming and clearing branches around poles and lines, protecting our system, and giving you real-time updates when storms roll in. You can count on us in all seasons. 24/7, we're here for you. Powering your greatness.
It's the bottom of the third inning, and the Klamath Falls Falcons trail the Madisonville Rangers 4-0. Corbin Hamilton, Ryan Glidden, Chase Barrett do up this half inning as Jalen Groves continues to roll right along for Madisonville. Through the first two innings, has yet to allow a base runner. Corbin Hamilton's going to look to change that here for the Falcons this half inning. Hamilton was 1 for 1 with an RBI in the second inning of the game against Wasilla. That was last night. Otherwise, Hamilton was 2 for 3 with 2 RBIs, a couple of singles for Hamilton in the first game against the Palmer Pioneers. Getting his first look today, and he'll take a pitch knee-high over the middle of the plate. The count is 0-1. Set, Groves rocks and delivers from the windup. That pitch misses in. A lot of heat on that inside fastball to Hamilton. Had to scoot out of the way of it. On the season for Corbin, hitting .295. Chases a curveball outside there. The count is 1-2. As Hamilton was well out in front of the off-speed pitch. It'll be after Hamilton, it's Glidden and then Chase Barrett. Pitch on the way to Hamilton. Hit in the air, right side, foul. And the count is still 1-2 to Corbin. Got the start last night on the mound. Pitched a complete game 2-hit shutout against Wasilla. 5 innings. It was a mercy rule win, but still that complete game. He sends a high fly ball to center field. Back near the warning track. Mefford will make the catch for the first out. So 1 away in the third. And this will bring up Ryan Glidden. Glidden this season for the Falcons, batting .235. Has played in all but one game this year for the Falcons, although this is his 6th start of the summer. He's been used mostly as a courtesy runner for the Falcons this summer as he takes ball one there. So he scored 16 runs, which is tied for third most on the team, even though he's only got 4 hits. Here he takes a strike. The count is 1-1. Glidden's a guy who plays his role well. You'll also see him on the mound, I'm sure, at some point this week here in Alaska. Here's the pitch to Glidden. Wrapped down the third base line by the third baseman and into left field. Glidden with a 1-out single takes a big turnaround first, but he'll stay there. A 1-out single for Glidden, and the Falcons have their first base runner of the ball game with 1 away in the third. This will bring up Chase Barrett. Barrett scored some runs yesterday, although he didn't get any at-bats. Barrett came in primarily as a courtesy runner, again, which has been mostly his role this season. On the year, Chase Barrett is hitting .500. But again, he's only 5 for 10, just a smaller sample size for him. As that pitch misses below the knees over the plate, the count is 1-0. But Chase's 19 runs are tied for second most. Again, those guys who are courtesy runners do a good job of being aggressive on the base paths and coming in to score. And Barrett's one of those guys who plays his role nicely. He did it during the prep season as well for Henley, who made the state semifinal in Oregon. And well, he's doing it here again for the Falcons. This time getting the start. It's his 4th start of the year. The 1-0 on the way to Chase is taken off the outside corner for a ball. Count is 2-0. Up next is Max Price. He's the leadoff hitter for the Falcons, so the lineup turns over next. Barrett trying to find a way to get on base and help set the table for the top of the order. get a man over into scoring position. The pitch to Barrett is a curveball that misses down and away. Started over the plate, but broke away from the right-handed hitting Barrett, and the count is 3-0. Looking in is Groves. This at-bat is the first time we've seen him work out of the stretch so far, and he started at 3-0 to Barrett. That time, though, reduces the velocity a little bit and finds the zone. The count is 3-1. It was 7 outs to start the ball game in a row for Groves before Glidden had that single down the third base line. Barrett trying to find his way over to first base. The 3-1 pitch misses well low, and there you go, Barrett on board. Glidden moves over to second, and there are 2 men on with just 1 out for Max Price. Price 0 for 1 in this game, and while we've been talking about runs scored and the leaders for that number this half inning, Max Price actually does lead the team in runs scored. He's scored 21 times this year. His timeout is called. Gives us a quick opportunity to recognize our sponsors here for this trip to Alaska on mybasin.com. Heartfelt OBGYN in Klamath Falls and the Eisler Group both stepped up to help us out quite a bit to get here to Alaska, and would not be possible without them. So again, want to recognize Heartfelt OBGYN and the Eisler Group in Klamath Falls. So quick conference on the mound is concluded between Nobles and Groves. There is Chase Barrett at first, Ryan Glidden at second, and only 1 out for Max Price at the plate. Like I said, Price is 0 for 1. He grounded out to third to start the game for the Falcons, but now an RBI opportunity. Here's the pitch. First pitch swinging, it's a foul ball. The count is 0-1 to Price, who bats .373 on the season. Price was 3 for 4 yesterday in the nightcap with a couple of RBIs and a couple of doubles, and then in the first game was 3 for 3 with an RBI on the sacrifice fly. He also scored 3 runs in that contest. Here is the pitch to Max Price, the 0-1 on the way. Curveball, checks his swing, holds up in time. The count is 1-1. I think both pitchers feeling squeezed a little bit on that outside corner. Hasn't been there for either side, but the umpire has been consistent. He's keeping a small strike zone so far in this game. Price settles back in for the pitch. That one is popped up in the infield. The second baseman, Austin, will get under it. They invoke the infield fly, and so the batter is out. And that'll move us over to Connor Shively. Shively 0 for 1 today, grounded out in the first. Team's leader in hitting, 596, is also the team's leader in base hits, 28 this year, and the team leader in RBI with 24. Trying to get the Falcons their first run of the ball game as the first pitch misses outside to the left-handed hitting Shively, 1-0. Connor's 24 RBIs is 6 better than the next best, who is Colin Tacchini. But he has found himself in these positions a lot of times this season, and more often than not, he's come through. Here, a high fly ball to left center field, but the center fielder moves over in the gap, and Medford will make the catch to get out of the inning. Falcons get a base hit. They leave 2 runners on. They're still looking for their first run as we go to the 4th on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, the retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Welcome back to 104.3 and 960 Sports, mybasin.com. Our coverage of the Klamath Falls Falcons continues today from Wasilla, Alaska. It is a 4-0 ball game in which Madisonville leads. 4 runs, 7 hits, no errors for the Rangers. They have left 5 runners on base. For Klamath Falls, no runs on 1 hit, no errors. They have left 2 runners on base. Leading off this half for Madisonville is Layden Bozarth. Took strike 1 and rolls a curveball down the third base line, or down to third base, and it's into left field. Just underneath the glove of Max Price over there. We'll see how that winds up getting scored, but regardless, it'll be Xavier Martin who bats now. Going to hit Max Price with the error, allowing Bozarth to reach base there. First error of the day for the Falcons. We get our scoreboard back up and running for you. That runner on first, nobody out in the top of the 4th inning of a 4-0 ball game. Xavier Martin 1 for 2 today. Had a single in the 2nd inning, otherwise grounded out in the 1st. Shows bunt here, lays it down the third base side, but it rolls foul. Count is 0-2 to Xavier Martin. Hayden Hudson is on deck. Colby Madero's still out there on the mound for the Falcons. He'll be throwing pitch number 62 right here as the 0-2 on its way. Misses upstairs with a fastball, and it's 1-2. Martin starting in right field today, had 9 RBIs across the tournament in Kenai for Madisonville's victory there. As another ground ball to third, a second chance for Max Price. He throws on to Takini at second for 1. The back end is not going to be there as Xavier Martin hustles down the line, and a fielder's choice will allow him to reach base, but the Falcons get 1 out in the inning on that play. And so this will bring up Hayden Hudson. If Madisonville is able to hold on to this lead and meet the Falcons in the tournament championship game, they would be playing for a pretty rare occasion, which is teams that would be winning multiple tournaments of what they call the Alaska Airlines Tour. A strike at the plate, runner on the move, throw down to second. They got Martin trying to swipe second. And now there are 2 away in the 4th inning. There's only been 3 Triple Crown winners in the Alaska Airlines Tournament Tour history. It was 2022 when Napoleon of Ohio won first at Anchorage, Wasilla, and Kenai. 2015, Castroville from Texas did it. Napoleon did it again in 2011. Here's a high fly ball deep to right center field. That's going to wind up 1 hop in the wall and will be extra bases for Hayden Hudson. The Falcons do a good job of getting the ball back in quickly, but a 2-out double will be the 2nd hit of the day for Hudson and the 8th of the day for Madisonville as a team. Hudson now 2 for 2. We'll bring up Micah Austin. Austin is 0 for 1 today. He's reached base twice, though. Once on a walk in the 1st, and he reached on a fielder's choice in the 2nd. Sends one out to center field. Sims backpedaling, continues to go back, but he makes the catch. And that will get the Falcons out of the 4th inning. 1 base hit, 1 runner left for the Madisonville Rangers. They lead the Falcons 4-0 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Wait, all I do is wait. So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place that feels as good as home. And then I heard your voice, I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coldwell Banker, where home begins.
It's the bottom of the fourth inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. Jacoby Tacchini, Colin Tacchini, and P.J. Safford do to lead things off for the Falcons as they trail 4-0 against the Madisonville Rangers. Again, the stakes here are pretty clear. If Madisonville wins, they will advance to the tournament championship game, where they will again play the Klamath Falls Falcons. If they lose, it'll be the Wasilla Road Warriors who wind up in the title game against the Klamath Falls Falcons. So Madisonville right now playing for their tournament lives. Like I said, they won the tournament in Kenai. They're trying to become just the fourth ever team to go 3 for 3 at these tournaments. Quite a few teams have won 3 tournaments along on this trip. We'll kind of give you some history about that. Here's the throw in. It will hit Tacchini, and he will take first. Going to wear that one and head on down. It'll bring up Colin Tacchini. He is 0 for 1 today. Well, in 2023, team from Oregon, the Eugene Challengers, actually wound up winning 2 tournaments here in Alaska. They won first place in Anchorage and first place here in Wasilla. They were the first Oregon team to ever win the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament here in Wasilla. Pitch on the way, a check swing by Tacchini, but it's called a strike. The count is 0-1. Like I said, Napoleon's done it multiple times. Walla Walla, Washington from 2017 finished first in Anchorage, second in Kenai, and first in Wasilla, just missing out on a triple crown for them that year. As the pitch is in the dirt, Jacoby Tacchini stays at first. Columbia from Tennessee finished first in Anchorage and first in Kenai without playing in Wasilla. Boulder, Colorado did the same thing in 2005. And so there's been a handful of teams to win 2 of these 3 tournaments, but only 3 to ever go 3 for 3. Right now, Madisonville, after a tournament win in Kenai, they're trying to do the unlikely event of winning the Alaska Airlines Tour Triple Crown. Throw over to Jacoby. He'll be back safely over there at first. After Colin Tacchini, it's P.J. Safford. Looking in is Groves. He checks on the runner over at first before coming set. And here's the pitch. Line drive over the head of the shortstop and into left center field. A single for Colin Tacchini will advance Jacoby to second. And Colin with his first hit of the day. P.J. Safford due to bat now for the Klamath Falls Falcons. Safford 0 for 1 today. He grounded out in the second inning. Looks like a couple clouds hanging out over center field way. Again, rain in the forecast about 2 hours from now. Hoping that we don't have to move things away from Bumpus Field. It's been the host all week long. Wouldn't have to want to leave it for the championship game as that pitch misses high, 1-0. This tournament certainly no stranger to the rain, as the tournament championship game has been rained out on 3 occasions in its 24-year history. Let's count right now to Safford 1-0 as he rolls one right back out to the pitcher, turns around, throws to second for 1, but the second baseman, Austin, can't control it. Tacchini safe at third. Colin Tacchini safe at second, and Safford safe at first after the error. First error committed by Madisonville, and it'll be Austin who picks that one up. And in steps Carson Sims with the bases loaded. And we're going to have a courtesy runner come in for P.J. Safford, the catcher. It's going to be Carson Pimley. Pimley, again, running in for Safford. It'll be Carson Sims, though, to bat. He's 0 for 1 today. Flew out to left field in the second inning. Sims awaits the first pitch, tall in the right-handed batter's box as Groves looks in. Here's the pitch. Line drive, left field, carrying. It is caught by the left fielder Lee. Tagging from third to score is Jacoby Takini, and he will score. Falcons are on the board on the sacrifice fly from Sims. It's the first out in the inning, and it brings up Corbin Hamilton, still with a man in scoring position, as it's Colin Takini who stands out there, and Hamilton now representing the tying run here in the bottom of the fourth inning. After Corbin, in the Falcons order, it's Ryan Glidden. Set on the mound is Groves. Second baseman Austin checking on the runner over there at second. Here's the pitch to Hamilton. Ground ball to third. Up with it is Mitchison. Goes on to second for one. That's all they'll get as Austin lost it on the transfer. And so that will allow Hamilton to reach on the fielder's choice. Pimley was out, and Colin Takini advanced to third. So runners at the corners with two away for Ryan Glidden. Glidden 1 for 1 in the contest, singled in the third inning. It was the Falcons' first hit of the contest. Glidden looking for more here. Score of 4-1, two away, bottom of the fourth. The pitch to Glidden. Another ground ball to third. This one off the glove of Mitchison. Has trouble with it, and a run will score. Colin Takini into third, and Ryan Glidden safely aboard at first. The score is 4-2. Also advancing to second there was Corbin Hamilton, and Chase Barrett will bat now for the Falcons. See how they score that for Glidden. It looked like a fairly routine ball to third, but took a interesting hop in the infield. So they're going to say that that was Glidden reaching on the error, so no RBI for him on that case. But a run does score. And then again, 4-2. As Chase Barrett steps in with two men on. At second base, it's Hamilton. Aboard at first, it's Glidden. And here's the pitch from Groves. Hit in the air, right center field, shallow. And that one is caught for the out and will end the inning. Falcons score two, though, on one base hit. And a couple of errors from Madisonville help them out in this frame. They trail 4-2 as we go to the fifth on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Time to reclaim your health and your autonomy. At Heartfelt OBGYN, they focus on you. Their evidence-based approach to care means fewer office visits and a targeted treatment plan to directly address your specific needs. They believe in solutions for their patients, not the industry's profit margin. The providers at Heartfelt OBGYN are committed to serving the community and giving back to the basin. Find them at heartfeltobgyn.com. Heartfelt, because you deserve to be in control of your body and your informed choices.
At Eisler Group, they are confident that their tax and accounting professionals are experienced and trained like no one else. From individual, corporate, partnership, estate, trust, Eisler Group stands ready to help you with all of your financial, tax, and accounting needs. They have been in Klamath Falls for nearly 60 years, raising their families here and being part of the community. The Eisler Group can be found at eislerkf.com. That's ISLERKF.com. eislerkf.com.
Set for the top of the fifth inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports, a score of 4-2. The Klamath Falls Falcons trailing the Madisonville Rangers. Due up for the Rangers this half inning is Jalen Groves, Easton Medford, and Tate Nobles. As a first pitch swing and a ground ball down the third base line into left field. And Groves is aboard. Could be extra bases as Barrett had a bit of trouble with it, just picking it up out of that grass out there. So I believe that'll be a double for Groves to lead off the inning. He was already rounding first base by the time Barrett got to that baseball. And so a leadoff two-bagger for Madisonville has him in position to try to reclaim the runs that they surrendered to the Falcons in the bottom half of the fourth. Here's Easton Medford, and the pitch from Medeiros will miss high. And the count is 1-0. Easton Medford is 1 for 2 today. Had a single in the third inning and flew out to center field. Well, like I was saying, there's a chance that with the rain coming in, there's a possibility that they could move the championship game away from Bumpus Fields and then over to Wasilla High School. Heard rumblings about that. Unsure exactly if that's what's going to happen with the rain in the forecast. We'll just have to see. But it's been great to be here at Bumpus Fields for the last few days. Kind of tucked away here in the trees as that pitch misses low. 2-1. I mean, you look over center field, all you see is trees, and that's really all it is. I mean, it's like a straight forest going all the way back there. There's some really nice homes in this area. There's full softball complex. There's soccer fields. All sorts of things going on down here in Wasilla. The 2-1 pitch swung on and missed, 2-2. I found out that the American Legion Post that runs the Wasilla Road Warriors, which, of course, this is the host team of the event, about this field a number of years ago, nearly 20 years ago from the state of Alaska, as that pitch misses outside. The count is 3-2. At the time, it was former vice presidential candidate and governor at the time, Sarah Palin, who sold this to the Post for $1. That's what they got this whole complex for, was $1 bought from the state of Alaska. Here's the pitch, is going to miss down and in on the full count offering, and a walk delivered to Easton Mefford. Will keep Groves at second, but now 2 men on and nobody out for Tate Nobles. Before, Sarah Palin was the vice presidential candidate for John McCain and the governor of Alaska. She was actually the mayor here in Wasilla. I guess she still lives only about 10 minutes away from where this field is here in the Mat-Su Valley. The pitch from Medeiros misses outside. The count is 1-0. To Tate Nobles. 1 for 2 today is Nobles. A single and a run scored in the second inning. He flew out to right field in the third. Medeiros comes set. And here's the pitch to Nobles. It is taken for a strike on the outside corner, 1-1. I wanted to dispel any rumors. The truth is I could not see Russia from center field. So that was a little bit disappointing on my end, but here we are anyway. Tate Nobles awaits the 1-1 pitch. That one bounces to the plate. 2-1 the count as Safford does a nice job of knocking it down and keeping Groves from advancing to third. After Nobles in the order, it's Jax Lee. Safford delivers the sign to Medeiros, who comes set. And the pitch. Fastball, middle, and ripped into left field. They're going to wave in Groves as Barrett comes up empty trying to field the ball in left. An RBI single for Tate Nobles makes it 5-2. Madisonville leads. Runners remain at first and second as Mefford advanced to station. And, of course, Nobles aboard at first after the RBI. And this will trigger a mound visit from Coach Craig Connor and see if there's going to be any changes for the Falcons as the whole infield comes in to join Coach Connor on the mound. Already 1 run home in the inning for Madisonville. And Colby Medeiros coming out of the game. And looks like we might be seeing Ryan Douglas come out of the bullpen. I want to confirm that to be 100% true in just a moment as we step aside in a 5-2 ball game. Nobody out. Top of the 5th inning. Madisonville leads the Klamath Falls Falcons on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool. On the field. Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah!
Be great.
Participate!
New pitcher on the mound for the Klamath Falls Falcons is Ryan Douglas. He'll come in relief of Colby Medeiros. no other switches for the Falcons here. As we take a look at the season output for Douglas so far, he's making his 4th appearance of the summer. Carries a 1-0 record in 4 2/3 innings pitched. He's given up 6 hits, no runs, and he has struck out 6 batters. And so a 0.00 ERA for Douglas. And the two men who are on base right now, that being Easton Mefford at second and Tate Nobles at first, are under the responsibility of Colby Medeiros, who exited the game after 4 innings pitched a moment ago. Can't give you the rest of the final line score yet until we know what happens with those 2 runners out there. But it's going to be Jax Lee to get the first crack at Ryan Douglas as he wraps up his warm-up tosses. Lee is 1 for 1 today. He walked in the 2nd and scored. He also doubled in the 3rd and was left stranded in that inning. A left-handed hitting left fielder getting ready to step in for Madisonville. Rangers in their green jerseys today, a bit of a different look than they brought yesterday, as a bunt is laid down right off the shin guard of Safford. I think he's going to be okay, but that will go in as strike 1. Jax Lee's double earlier in this game was his first hit of any kind this summer, and it went for extra bases. Now it's going to be up to Douglas to try to retire him and get out of this inning, still only trailing by 3. Again, already 1 run home this half inning for Madisonville. Jalen Groves led off with a double, and he would later score on the RBI single from Tate Nobles, who still stands over there at first. Douglas comes set with the 0-1 pitch to Lee. Lays down a bunt again. Price charging in, comes up with it. The throw on to first is not going to be there. Got by Hamilton. Backing up the throw was to Keeney. He throws down to home to try to get the lead runner, but they won't be able to. And scoring on the play is Easton Mefford, making it 6-2 Madisonville. Nobles advances to 3rd on the play, and Lee is safe on the air. Back to the top of the order now for Madisonville. Connor Mitchison. That throw from Price was going to be in time, but it was a low throw. Hamilton had to stretch a long way, and it just skipped underneath his glove over there at first. As the first pitch to Mitchison misses upstairs. The count is 1-0. Falcons still looking for their first out here in the top of the 5th inning as 2 runs have come in to score. Douglas delivers. That's a base hit into left field and will score Nobles. 7-2 Madisonville. Advancing Lee to 2nd, and Mitchison with the RBI, his 2nd RBI single of the ball game. Had another one back in the 2nd inning, making him 2 for 3 today with 2 RBIs and a run scored. Here's Layden Bozarth. Same situation. Runners at 1st and 2nd, and nobody out. Bozarth singled in 2 runs in the 2nd inning. And he also reached on an error in the 4th. Douglas set, and the pitch. Misses low below the knees and also outside. The count is 1-0. Talked about the recent success for Layden Bozarth in this tournament. On the season, hits .364 for Madisonville. Pitch from Douglas. Hit in the air towards left. That one is going to get down in foul territory. Just drifted foul. And that will send all the runners back. Could have been a bases-clearing extra base hit for Bozarth, but instead it's just allowed strike 1 in this at-bat, evening the count at a ball and a strike. After Bozarth, Xavier Martin gets ready to bat for Madisonville. Douglas back on the rubber, gets the sign in from Safford. And here's the pitch. Curveball misses wide. The count is 2-1 now to Layden Bozarth. Bozarth for Madisonville. He is class of 2027. Here's the pitch. Ground ball again, gets through into left field. They are waving in Jax Lee. The throw in from Barrett is not going to be in time. It's cut off by Price, and they get the runner trying to advance to third. A nice job by the cutoff man. That was Max Price who cut that one off. They tried to advance Mitchison to third, but they got him on that play for the first out. And so I believe the hitter Bozarth stayed at first. It looks like he did. Give him 1 RBI on that play, as Madisonville now leads 8-2. It was Lee who came in and scored from second on that play. And the first pitch into Xavier Martin, called a strike. 0-1. Martin is 1 for 3 today with a single in the second inning. Here he sends a line drive straight to center field. Sims in a couple of steps to make the catch. Now tries to throw to first, and Bozarth wasn't tagging. He was about 3/4 of the way to second, and Sims just threw to first, and they got him. And that will end the inning. Madisonville with an 8-2 lead as we go to the bottom of the fifth next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
the pace and reach of social media,
the information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
mybasin.com is your go-to place for news,
sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
It's the bottom of the fifth inning here in Wasilla, the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament, the last game of the group stage with the championship game looming. If Madisonville is able to hold on to this 8-2 lead, they will play the Klamath Falls Falcons again in our nightcap in the championship game. Max Price, Connor Shively, and Jacoby Tacchini do up this half inning for the Klamath Falls Falcons. It's the top of the order, getting ready to lead things off. Like I said, if Madisonville wins this game, they hold on. They will advance to the tournament championship game. If the Falcons are able to rally here in the late innings, come back against Madisonville, it would be Wasilla who the Falcons would meet in the championship game. That's due to runs allowed being the tiebreaker. Here's the pitch. That one misses in. And the count is 1-0. Of course, Palmer allowing 23 total runs at the tournament. That's all their 3 games are done. We will not be seeing them today. Is another pitch to Price is in the zone. Well, Madisonville has now allowed a total of 16 runs. Wasilla a total of 15 runs. And by the way, that's including the 2 runs that the Falcons have scored this game against Madisonville. So, again, they've got to win if they want to participate in the tournament championship game, which is scheduled to start at 4 o'clock here in Alaska, which would be 5 o'clock back home in the Klamath Basin. Max Price ahead in the count 3-0, and he will work a 4-pitch. Pardon me, that must have been a 2-1 pitch. Now the count 3-1 to Price. And there you go. Price takes that pitch upstairs. And the walk issued to Max puts him on base. First time he's reached base so far in this game. And he sets up Connor Shively with an opportunity in the bottom of the fifth inning. Look over is Jalen Groves. He's still on the mound after getting the start for Madisonville. And all things considered, he's thrown pretty well as he misses a pitch there. 1-0. Groves has pitched all 4 innings so far, giving up 2 hits, 2 runs, only 1 of them earned. He's yet to strike out any Falcons yet, but he has walked 2. It's been a lot of flyouts so far for the Falcons. 7 of the outs made so far, 7 of 8, and so... 7 of 12. So, yeah, the majority there have been flyouts for the Falcons. He's kept the pitch up in the zone. The Falcons have gotten behind a couple of pitches, but haven't been able to get much going in the way of offense so far. Again, only 2 hits as a curveball's looped in there for a strike against Shively. And the count now 1-2 to Connor. 0 for 2 today, looking for his first base hit. Grounded out in the first, flew out in the third. Shively will take that pitch as it misses outside. The count is 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jacoby Takini is due up next for the Klamath Falls Falcons. This will be the 57th pitch for Groves here in the 5th inning. He's been pretty economical with his pitch count as well. Here's the pitch. Shively swings and misses, and Max Price steals second on that strikeout. So they got a man into scoring position, but Shively goes down on strikes, and it'll bring up Jacoby Takini with an opportunity at an RBI in the 5th inning. So far, 0 for 1 today. He grounded out in the first. He was hit by a pitch and came around to score in the 4th. Groves set. Takes pause before delivering the pitch. Here it is. It's going to miss inside. The count is 1-0. We checked on Groves' line score a moment ago. I want to give you the final line score on Colby Medeiros as well for the Klamath Falls Falcons, who exited the game that last half inning. 4 innings pitched, 10 hits, 7 runs, 6 of them earned, no strikeouts for him, and he walked 5. Here's the pitch to Takini. It's in the zone for a strike outside corner. Count is even now at a ball and a strike. So that means that, well, no, Groves, after that strikeout from Shively, he was the first batter on either side to go down on a strikeout. And he was the first out in the bottom of the 5th. Both teams making contact today. Here's the pitch to Takini. Rolls it weakly down the first baseline. The pitcher comes off the mound. Groves tosses on to first for the out. Price, though, does advance to third. And it'll bring up Colin Takini with a runner 90 feet away from scoring. 2 outs in the 5th. Colin so far today, 1 for 2. He flew out in the 2nd inning, singled and scored in the 4th. The Falcons scored both of their 2 runs in the 4th inning. Here in the bottom of the 5th, trying to add some more. Here's the pitch. Ground ball towards third. Charging it is the third baseman, Mitchison, and it's under his glove and into left field. A run will score. Takini's digging for second. He is in there safely. And a run will score on the error. And the Falcons battled for a run here in the 5th. They still trail 8-3. Runner at second. Another error there for Madisonville. I believe is their second of the contest. And Takini in at second. Here's P.J. Safford getting ready for his first look at Groves this inning. Price came in and scored on that last play. Safford checks his swing, and he takes it for strike 1. So, yeah, that was the error, the second error for Madisonville this game, leading to those runs. As Groves said with the 0-1 pitch to Safford. And delivers. That one is hit foul off of Safford. He's had a heck of a time today with foul balls as a catcher, as a hitter. Seems like he's been hit most of these innings. He's doing okay, though. He's a gamer. He's going to stick around in the game. Safford and Sims due up next for the Falcons. PJ 0 for 2, reached on an error in the 4th. And he also grounded out in the 2nd. Here's the pitch. Safford checks his swing. Oh, did not hold up in time, and he will go down on strikes to end the inning. The Falcons do score 1 run on the error. No base hits required. They leave a runner stranded. We'll go to the 6th and an 8-3 ball game on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
We drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see two things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the two memories that stick out the most to me.
Getting ready for the top of the sixth inning in an 8-3 ball game so far for the Madisonville Rangers. 8 runs on 12 hits. They've committed 2 errors, and they have left 6 runners on base. For the Klamath Falls Falcons, 3 runs on 2 hits. They've committed 2 errors. They've left 5 runners on base to this point in the ball game. Due up this half for Madisonville is going to be Hayden Hudson, Micah Austin, and Jalen Groves. Hudson 2 for 2 in the ball game so far, a single in the second and a double in the fourth. First pitch in from Ryan Douglas misses down and in. The count is 1-0. Douglas from Henley High School. Right-hander doesn't come with a ton of velocity. He's going to try to locate these pitches well in the zone and try to pitch to some contact here. It's really what Medeiros was doing as well. But he just allowed a few too many free passes. Again, 5 walks in the contest for him. He would be on the hook for the loss if this lead holds for Madisonville. Douglas goes with the off-speed pitch on the 1-1. It just missed. Must have been upstairs. Looked over the middle of the plate. As the 2-1 to Hudson is hit into left field and a base hit. Hudson now 3 for 3 with 2 singles and a double. And this will bring up Micah Austin. It's the 13th hit of the day for Madisonville is how we get started in the top of the 6th inning. Austin, though, still looking for his first hit. He walked in the first, reached on a fielder's choice in the second, and flew out in the fourth. He's reached base twice today. Douglas comes set. Having to work out of the stretch, delivers the pitch. It's a bunt laid down the third base side. Price barehands it. The throw on to first will take Hamilton off the bag. And I believe Austin would have beat that one out anyway. So I'll give him the bunt single as Hudson moves up to second. And that will bring up Jalen Groves with 2 men on and nobody out. Little small ball being broken out here for the Madisonville Rangers as the starting pitcher. A chance to add to his team's lead. He is 1 for 3 today with a double in the 5th inning. He also scored a run. Otherwise, he flew out and grounded out. We'll see if he decides to lay down a bunt here to move those guys over. Well, they're going to let him swing away as it's a strike on the outside corner. 0-1. Easton Mefford is on deck for the Rangers. Max Price takes a look at the runner at second. Hudson before coming set. Now delivers the pitch. Popped up right side out of play. And the count is 0-2 to Jalen Groves. Again, no Rangers have struck out today. Douglas trying to find the first punch out against Jalen Groves. The opposing pitcher who only has struck out 2 batters so far in the game. Picked up each of them in that last half inning. Here's the 2-2. Misses high. Oh, pardon me, that was the 0-2. Now it's 1-2. Pardon me, misread my scoreboard there. Count a ball and 2 strikes to Groves. Jalen Groves was 0 for 2 in the loss against Wasilla the other night. Here's a ground ball rolled out to Shively. Takes it to second base himself. Throws on to first. It won't get the back end. But they do get the lead runner, and that will put runners at the corners with 1 out as Hudson advances to third, and Groves is safe on the fielder's choice. And in steps Easton Mefford, who is 1 for 2 today. It's a fly out in the second inning. Mefford also singled in the third and walked in the fifth. First chance you'll have to look at Ryan Douglas so far. As that pitch misses outside, 1-0. Douglas's first task out of the bullpen was Jax Lee, who's the number 9 hitter in the order. Easton Mefford, that's 7th for the Rangers. Here's the pitch coming up from Price. Misses high and away. Count is 2-0. Mefford getting the start in center field today for Madisonville. He is class of 26 in Madisonville, so he'll be a senior next year. Douglas set and the pitch in the zone. The count is 2 balls and a strike to Easton Mefford. And again, Tate Nobles is on deck. The left-handed center fielder for the Rangers settles back in the 2-1 count. Pitch on the way from Douglas. That one misses outside. 4 runs in the second, 4 in the fifth for Madisonville is how they have their 8 runs. For the Klamath Falls Falcons, their 3 came with 2 in the fourth and 1 in the fifth. That pitch is in the zone, and Douglas able to find the outside corner to run the count full, 3-2. Mefford again walked already today. He's seen a lot of pitches, singled and flown out. Here's the 3-2. Line drive, right field, base hit. That is going to score Hudson from third. Groves is going to advance to second. He'll stay there, and an RBI single from Easton Mefford makes it 9-3 Madisonville. Brings up Tate Nobles, who is 2 for 3 today. Nobles singled in the second, and also in the fifth inning. He had an RBI that time. Sandwiched in there is a fly out to right field. Hoping to keep the rally going for Madisonville, as again they lead 9-3. Here's the pitch. Fisted towards the first base side. Hamilton comes up with it. He'll take it to the bag at first for 1. But in the meantime, Groves advances to third. Mefford advances to second. 2 men in scoring position and 2 outs in the 6th inning. It'll bring up Jax Lee. Lee has reached base all 3 times today. He's done it a different way each time. He walked in the second and scored, doubled in the third, and reached on an error in the fifth. Pitch misses outside. The count is 1-0. This will be the 9th batter that Price has faced since coming out of the bullpen. On deck next is Connor Mitchison, as Price delivers the pitch. Misses upstairs. The count is 2-0 to the left fielder for Madisonville. Jax Lee picking up his first hit of the season earlier today against the Falcons. Finally in the book there. He is class of 25 in Madisonville, so just wrapped up his senior year as that pitch misses down below the knees, a bit inside as well. The count 3-0 from Ryan Douglas to Jax Lee batting from the left side. Lee, not the only guy who bats from the left side for Madisonville, but he is the only guy who throws from the left side. As that's a fastball middle high, but in the zone, no doubt. The count 3-1 to Jax Lee. Eight guys on the Madisonville roster, class of 2025. As this pitch gets by Safford, a wild pitch is going to allow Groves to score and Mefford to advance to third. And the score now 10-3. And believe, well, did I miss something here? Hold on a minute. So Groves scored. Mefford went to third. And Lee over there at first, advancing to second. Must have missed a note in my book. That's like Lee walked. I hadn't made that note in my book. So Lee advances to second on that play. 2 men in scoring position for Mitchison, who takes that pitch inside. Count is 1-0. So Lee just walked and taking second on the pass ball on ball 4. And so there you go. Mitchison is 2 for 3 today with a couple of RBI singles in the second and fifth innings. Takes strike 1 there. The count is even now at a ball and a strike. After Mitchison, it is Leighton Bozarth on deck for Madisonville. Douglas now able to work out of the windup with the runner at third. And the pitch misses off the inside corner. The count now 2 balls and a strike. Maybe a touch low and around the knees for the right-handed hitting third baseman for Madisonville. Douglas back on the rubber again, throwing from the windup. Here's the pitch. Hit in the air, right center field. Sims, the center fielder, calls everybody off to make the catch and end the inning. But Madisonville does add 2 more runs in the 6th, and they lead 10-3 as we go to the bottom half next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Pacific Power works day in and day out to power our communities because we know our neighbors rely on us. We're trimming and clearing branches around poles and lines, protecting our system, and giving you real-time updates when storms roll in. You can count on us in all seasons. 24/7, we're here for you. Powering your greatness.
Klamath Falls Falcons needing a rally in the bottom of the 6th inning as they trail Madisonville from Kentucky 10-3. It'll be Carson Sims, Corbin Hamilton, and Ryan Glidden due up this half for the Falcons. Again, a loss here for the Falcons doesn't do too much against them. They've already secured their spot in the championship game here in Wasilla. Madisonville holds on to win. It'll be a rematch of this contest in the championship game. Otherwise, it'll be Wasilla who plays the Falcons in the title game. Before we get started here in the bottom of the 6th, want to recognize our sponsors for this Alaska trip one more time on MyBasin.com. The Eisler Group in Klamath Falls and Heartfelt OBGYN. Big thanks to those folks for stepping up and supporting this specific trip to Wasilla and to Anchorage here in Alaska. Still more games coming up tomorrow as well for the Falcons. I keep talking about this tournament championship game tomorrow, which is later today, but tomorrow they begin play at the Alaska 529 Mid-Season Classic. They'll play the first game of the day at Mulcahy Stadium against South Anchorage at 11:45. A line drive to third base, gloved by the third baseman. Mitchison lays out and steals a base hit from Carson Sims. Flashing the leather at the hot corner is Mitchison for the first out in the 6th inning. Nothing you can do except tip your cat to that play. That was a fantastic catch at third base. This will bring up Corbin Hamilton, who's 0 for 2 today. A fly out and reached on a fielder's choice. Takes a look at the first pitch curveball that misses wide, and the count is 1-0. I was talking about it earlier, but Corbin Hamilton pitched in the game last night against Wasilla. Pitched a complete game, 5 innings, and a 2-hit shutout. Here he sends one in the air to right field. That is down for a base hit. Almost tracked it down, did Martin, but had to let that one drop in front of him as Hamilton, with his first base hit of the day, comes with 1 out in the 6th inning. It's going to be important for the Falcons to get something going here in this inning. Down by 7, you don't want to leave it all up to the 7th inning. Putting up, even getting within 3 or 4, you feel a lot better than being down 7. So anything helps this half for the Falcons. In steps Ryan Glidden. Swings and misses at the first pitch. Fastball falls behind 0-1. Glidden has reached base twice today. He singled in the third, and he reached on an error in the fourth. Jalen Groves comes set, ready to deliver the pitch. Here it comes. That one misses outside. The count is even. Groves into the sixth inning of his start at this rate with how well he's throwing. And Madisonville also participating in that tournament in Anchorage. Got to imagine they're starting to worry about pitchers. And Groves is throwing well. Might as well ride him out. Here's the pitch. High in the air, hit fly ball behind home plate. Catcher is going to get underneath it. Nobles will make the catch. Just popped straight up behind home plate. Sometimes those can be hard for the catcher to make, but Nobles was able to settle and make the catch for the second out. It'll bring up Chase Barrett with 2 outs and a runner at first for the Falcons. Barrett walked in the third and flew out in the fourth. Still looking for his first base hit of this game and of this tournament. Set on the mound is Groves. Move over to first. Back safely is Hamilton. After Barrett, they can get it back to the top. It's Max Price. Groves takes a look over to Hamilton before coming set and delivers the pitch. Two-seam fastball starts away but breaks over the zone to Chase Barrett, who falls behind in the count 0-1. Barrett scored 2 runs in the win last night as a courtesy runner for Jacoby Tacchini. Here's the pitch to Barrett. Groves delivers a fastball, misses low beneath the zone, and the count is even at 1. Falcons won 12-1 yesterday against the Palmer Pioneers, 10-0 against the Road Warriors. That pitch misses outside, 2-1. When Madisonville played those two teams, I've said it once, I'll say it again. I think their game against Palmer was probably the most entertaining game of the tournament so far, just from a fan's standpoint. 10-8 with 5 lead changes was a really fun game to watch. And then they they lost to Wasilla, 6-1, as Meyer takes strike 2 on the inside corner. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Barrett, not Meyer. Chase Barrett at the plate. And count is even. Hamilton, not real much of a lead to speak of off of first. About 3-step lead. And the pitch on the way to Barrett. Hits that one shallow left field. In fact, the shortstop is going to go back on the cut of the grass and make that catch for the third out of the 6th inning. 1 hit, but no runs in the inning for the Klamath Falls Falcons. They will trail 10-3 as we go to the top of the 7th on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Time to reclaim your health and your autonomy. At Heartfelt OBGYN, they focus on you. Their evidence-based approach to care means fewer office visits and a targeted treatment plan to directly address your specific needs. They believe in solutions for their patients, not the industry's profit margin. The providers at Heartfelt OBGYN are committed to serving the community and giving back to the basin. Find them at heartfeltobgyn.com. Heartfelt, because you deserve to be in control of your body and your informed choices.
At Eisler Group, they are confident that their tax and accounting professionals are experienced and trained like no one else. From individual, corporate, partnership, estate, trust, Eisler Group stands ready to help you with all of your financial, tax, and accounting needs. They have been in Klamath Falls for nearly 60 years, raising their families here and being part of the community. The Eisler Group can be found at EislerKF.com. That's ISLERKF.com. EislerKF.com.
Carson Pimley, the new man on the mound for the Klamath Falls Falcons. He will try to keep things at bay for the top of the 7th inning, a game in which the Falcons trail 10-3. Due up this half for the Rangers of Madisonville, Kentucky, it's Layden Bozarth, Xavier Martin, and Hayden Hudson. That's 2, 3, and 4 in the order. Carson Pimley coming in relief of Ryan Douglas. We'll give you the final line score on Ryan Douglas, who pitched 2 innings, gave up 5 hits, 3 runs, 2 earned. He walked 1 and struck out none. So Bozarth getting ready to settle in against Carson Pimley, and as we're able to give you the final line on Douglas, let's give you the outlook on Carson Pimley, who is making his third appearance on the mound this summer. It's his second in relief. He does not have a win or loss, no decisions. He's pitched 4 innings, and he's given up 14 earned runs for an ERA of 24.5. That number is far greater than I think he'll end the season with. Again, not a huge sample size, only through 4 innings this summer, but a line drive right back up the middle is how we'll get things started for Bozart. That's his third single of the day, and it's how we start the 7th inning. Bozart also singled in the 2nd and the 5th. That'll bring up Xavier Martin. Martin has only singled once today. That was in the 2nd inning. Otherwise, he's grounded out, reached on a fielder's choice, and flew out into a double play. It was an F8-3 in that instance. Here a bunt is laid down. Safford fields it from behind the plate, but the throw down to second is, they called that a foul ball. Pardon me. Didn't see the home plate umpire signal. It took until I saw the base umpire calling that a foul ball to realize that the count is 0-1 with nobody out and a runner on first in Layton Bozart. After Martin, it's Hayden Hudson in the order for Madisonville as Pimley misses inside. The count is 1-1. Madisonville looking to hold on to this lead, booked themselves a ticket in the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament Championship game. As that pitch misses outside, the count is 2-0. Again, they will continue play in Anchorage just alongside the Klamath Falls Falcons. As I look at the Anchorage schedule, looks like Madisonville will play the nightcap tomorrow night in Anchorage against West Anchorage at 7:30. That's Alaskan time, so 8:30 in the base. And by the way, I understand that there is a broadcasting group that is going to be calling all the games in Anchorage. I'll, of course, be doing the Falcons games, but if you wanted to continue to check out all tournament long, you can find it on AlaskaLegionBaseball.com. And guy who runs that website, guy by the name of Van Williams, does a great job of recapping everything going on Alaska Legion Baseball. Ground ball to first. It is by the glove of Hamilton and into right. And another single for Martin will move Bozarth to second, bringing up Hayden Hudson. Hudson's been swinging the bat real well today. A couple of singles and a double for him. He is 3 for 3. But as I was saying, AlaskaLegionBaseball.com is where you want to go for your news about some of these other Alaska teams that the Falcons will be squaring off against. And if you wanted to watch any of the other games besides the Falcons game, they've got a hot link on how you can do it there. Foul ball down the right field line, and the count is 0-1 to Hayden Hudson. Micah Austin waits on deck. Hudson has started first base every game of the tournament here for Madisonville. On the season, Hudson is batting .227. He's been real hot today. Came in today with only 5 hits on the season and has already added 3 more against the Klamath Falls Falcons. Don't know what his batting average will wind up being after this, but he's seen it jump up quite a bit just in this game alone. P.J. Safford goes out and chats with Pimley for just a moment ahead of the 0-2 pitch. Layton Bozarth stands at second. Xavier Martin stands at first. Still nobody out in the 7th, and any extra insurance for Madisonville will help quite a bit as they look to close out the Falcons in the final game of group play. Curveball misses. Safford knocks it down, keeps it in front of him. Martin's not on the move, but Bozarth is, so that will put runners at the corners in a 1-2 count to Hayden Hudson. An RBI opportunity for the cleanup hitter for the Madisonville Rangers. Safford's going to go out and give some signs to his infield, decide what they want to do in the event that Martin is on the move from first. The infield at double play depth, Shively and Takini both shaded towards the second base bag. At the corners, they're just playing straight away. Line drive back up the middle into center field, and an RBI single will score Bozarth. Advancing to second is Xavier Martin, and 3 straight singles to start this half inning for Madisonville. And that time, Hudson picks up his first RBI of the contest, making it 11-3. So bring up Micah Austin for the Rangers. Austin is 1 for 3 today. He walked in the first, reached on a fielder's choice in the second, flew out in the fourth, and singled in the sixth. Pimley looks in, gets the sign from Safford, now set, and the pitch. Fouled straight back, and the count is 0-1. Jalen Groves is on deck for Madisonville. He just fielded that foul ball there. But right now the count 0-1 to Micah Austin. And the pitch. Curveball popped up, out of play, foul. The count is 0-2. This season for Micah Austin, he is about middle of the pack for his team in hitting, 231 on the season. Another curveball from Pimley, and again another pop-up out-of-play foul. The count is 0-2. Pimley's gone to the well a couple of times now. Austin's gotten underneath of it, but in an 0-2 count, Pimley can go just about anywhere he wants after going with the soft stuff now 3 times in a row. Here's the pitch. Goes fastball in. Austin gets in front of it, sends a high fly ball to left field, and that catch is not made in left by Barrett, and it is a foul ball. They're going to say Barrett made contact on that glove in foul territory, bailed out there. Barrett ran a long, long way to track that ball down, and it just popped in and out of his glove. It was a great effort by Chase, and, well, luckily for the Falcons, wound up in foul territory. Count will remain 0-2. Already 1 run home this half inning for Madisonville. They lead 11-3. Pimley comes set and delivers the pitch. A curveball is rolled out towards short. Shively backhands it, sets his feet. The throw to first doesn't have a chance as Austin beat out the infield single to load the bases. Xavier Martin to third, Hayden Hudson to second, and Austin at first with his second hit of the day. And again, loading up the bases with nobody out for the pitcher, Jalen Groves. It's been 4 straight singles to start this inning against Carson Pimley. Groves is 1 for 4 today. A double in the 5th inning is all the offense he's been able to produce as Pimley misses that pitch low in the zone, 1-0. Groves has scored 2 runs today, though. He did reach on a fielder's choice in the 6th. Grounded out and flew out in the 1st and 2nd innings. After Groves in the order, it's Easton Mefford for the Madisonville Rangers. Pimley looks in, comes set. The right-hander from Henley High School delivers the pitch. It's a line drive right to the second baseman. Throw to first to try to turn 2, but back safely at first. As Austin froze on the line drive and was able to get back safely. But Groves is the first out in the 7th inning. Bases remain loaded for Easton Mefford. Mefford today is 2 for 3. Singles in the 3rd and 6th innings. He also added an RBI in the 6th inning. Here's the pitch. It is in the zone. Count 0-1. 2-seam fastball right around belt high over the middle of the plate. Mefford has to settle back in now, down to the count 0-1. Pimley surrounded by Rangers at all corners. None of them taking a particularly aggressive lead, though, as Pimley delivers the pitch. That one misses wide. 1-1. After Mefford in the Rangers order, it's Tate Nobles, starting catcher for Madisonville. Pimley set, and the pitch. In the dirt, Safford knocks it down, though. The count is 2-1. Safford's been working hard behind the plate today. Guy who likes to catch a ton. Did it quite a bit for the Klamath Falls Falcons, or pardon me, the Klamath Union Pelicans during the prep season. But hasn't had a ton of opportunities to start at catcher this summer for the Falcons. This is only his 3rd start at catcher. Now, Falcons won the previous 2 games in which Safford started at catcher, but this one is, well, it's not looking great for Klamath Falls so far. Bases loaded, and they're down by 8. And now you walk in another run, and now down by 9. The score 12-3. As Xavier Martin comes in to score, Hudson advances to third, Austin advances to second, and Medford aboard with the walk. And this will bring up Tate Nobles. Falcons, I think, at this point, just trying to get out of this inning. Let Pimley try to record a couple more outs and maybe switch your focus to that championship game later today, which, by the looks of things, will be against this team from Kentucky. Fly ball right field. Glidden puts it away. Tagging from third to score is Hayden Hudson, and he does. Austin also advances to third on that play, and the score now 13-3 with runners at the corners. And Jax Lee to bat. A sacrifice fly and an RBI for Nobles gives him his second RBI of the day. And here's Jax Lee. There are 2 outs in the inning. Lee doubled in the third inning. He's walked twice and reached on an error. Sends a chopper out towards second. Takini knocks it down, but is unable to field it cleanly. And the error will allow another run to come in and score as Austin touches home, making it 14-3. Madisonville in front. And now the Rangers with the largest offensive output of any one team this week with 14 runs scored. Wouldn't be surprised if they are, I'll have to do this math here in a moment, but if they've scored the most runs overall at the tournament. That error, again, it scored Austin. Medford advanced to second. So runners at first and second, still with 2 outs for the top of the order, and Connor Mitchison. First pitch swinging, and a hard hit ball deep to left field. That will get down, and it will one-hop the wall. They're going to wave in Medford. He will score. Lee is being waved in to score as well, and he does. The score is now 16-3 Madisonville, and a bases-clearing 2 RBI double for Connor Mitchison. Back to where we started, Layden Bozarth to bat now for the Rangers. Bozarth started this inning with a single and would later score in the 7th inning earlier on. He started a train of what would wind up being 5 straight base hits to start this inning. Here's the pitch. Curveball misses wide. The count is 1-0. 6 runs home this inning for Madisonville as they've seen their lead balloon to 13 runs in the top of the 7th. Here's the pitch. Another hard hit ball, though this time foul to left field, and the count is 1-1. Runner from second, Mitchison. Even though that ball was well foul, everyone knew it. He sprinted to third, rounded third, came all the way home, and then he gave Bozarth a high five before returning out to second base. Everyone's having fun. Rangers know that they're going to be going to the championship game more than likely. The Falcons booked their ticket last night. And so you hate to say that the rest of this game is a formality. Certainly it's not. The Falcons, of course, have a chance, right? It's never over till it's over as that pitch misses in 2-1. But I think just about everyone knows where this is going to be going at 4 o'clock here in Alaska Daylight Time, 5 o'clock back in the Basin for the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament Championship game. Pimley comes set with the 2-1 and delivers. It's hit foul behind home plate. The count 2-2 strikes. Pimley trying to get themselves out of this inning. If you're curious who's due up to try to start a mountain of a rally for the Falcons, it'll be the top of their order, Max Price. Pimley delivers the pitch. Curveball rolled foul down the third base side. The count is 2-2. Coach for Madisonville making the play down at third, getting some respect from the dugout. Yeah, Madisonville's out here having fun. It's 16 runs. That's a pretty good output for them on the season. Here's the pitch on the way from Pimley. The 2-2 is popped in the air again behind home plate, out of play, foul. 16 runs is the most runs in a single game scored for Madisonville this year, surpassing their previous high of 13 runs scored against Twin City back on June 11th. And they did score in double digits earlier this tournament at 10 runs, but yeah, 16 is their season high right now. Here's the pitch from Pimley, misses upstairs. The count is 3-2. 16 runs, not the most that the Falcons have surrendered, but it is their most since the first game of the season when they lost 22-1 to the Medford Mustangs. Pimley delivers the pitch. Line drive foul down the left field line, so we'll do it again in a full count, 3-2, with 2 outs, 1 runner on, top of the 7th inning in a 16-3 ball game. Safford delivers the sign to Pimley. He comes set and delivers the pitch. That one is snagged. A hot corner by Price. Plays on a hop. Throw on to first, and the inning is over. But not before Madisonville scores 6 runs, and they'll lead by 13. Looking to close out the Falcons in the bottom of the 7th next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
We drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
Madisonville's going to have a new pitcher to start the 7th inning. Looks like it's going to be number 7, Nash Lee. So a new pitcher into the game. What else? We're also going to see Hunter Glidden lead things off for the Klamath Falls Falcons, batting in for Max Price. But let's try to take a look at the numbers for Nash Lee here in just a moment for Madisonville as he looks to close things out and propel his team to the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament Championship game. Nash Lee is appearing in his 3rd game of the summer. Primarily been used as a starter this year. He's 1-0 in 11 innings pitched, giving up 3 hits and 1 run. It's earned. He's struck out 14. Like I said, they are going to use him to try to wrap things up against the Klamath Falls Falcons, and we're going to see a series of substitutions in for the Falcons in this half inning as Hunter Glidden gets ready to swing the stick with the Falcons down by 13. We'll take a look at the season numbers for Hunter Glidden ahead of the first pitch for him, batting .455. And he starts it with a high fly ball to center field, but Medford doesn't really have to move too much out there to put that one away for the out. 1 pitch and 1 away in the bottom of the 7th inning. Like I said, the Todd Ryan Memorial Championship game set to start at 4 o'clock here local time in Alaska and 5 o'clock back home in the Basin. Gotcha. Thank you, Blue. All right, another substitution. It's going to be Hayden Poore coming in to hit for Connor Shively. Numbers on the season for Poore. He's batting .500, but this is only his 5th at-bat here as he takes a pitch outside. The count is 1-0. Poore has been primarily used as a pitcher this season for the Falcons, where he has, well, I'll be honest, he's impressed me this year. I expected him to kind of have to go through some growth this summer and kind of find his own rhythm out there on the mound, but again, not a huge sample size at the dish, but want to let you know Hayden Poore as a pitcher is 3-1 with a 1.78 ERA through nearly 20 innings on the mound. He's been very good out there. He pitched in the opening game of the tournament for the Falcons as a strike is called against him, 2-1. It was earlier in this tournament. It was the first game of the Falcons in which Hayden Poore picked up the save, pitching the final 3 innings of that contest and working a walk here, by the way. Picked up a save earlier, pitched the final 3 innings of the game and allowed 2 hits, no runs, struck out 2. He's been good out there, and here he works a walk. Jacoby Takini is stepping in now for the Klamath Falls Falcons with Hayden Poore aboard at first and 1 out. Here's the pitch to Takini. It bounces to the plate. The count is 1-0. You can see some dark clouds hanging over the right field side as the wind blows a little bit here in Wasilla. Again, rain in the forecast. I saw it's supposed to start at 4. We'll see. But, of course, we want to make sure that we get the tournament championship game in here. It's been rained out twice in tournament history, and last year was one of those. As the pitch misses low, the count now 2-0. This tournament was rained out last year. The tournament championship was supposed to be Wasilla versus West Anchorage. It's also been rained out 2 other times. Once in 2010 and another in 2008. The tournament championship game was rained out. Again, we got quite a bit of rain yesterday, and we were only about an hour, 15-minute delay. And the thing about Alaska is we could get delayed all the way until 9 o'clock tonight, and it will still be bright out here. I don't think the sun set until almost after midnight last night. Jacoby Takini ahead in the count, 2-0, and the pitch misses low. The count is 3-0 to the Falcons' designated hitter. Colin Takini waits on deck for the Falcons. We're going to see a visit on the mound for coach for Madisonville. Their coaching staff is led by Jamie Mills. He's assisted by Wes Davenport, Mark Austin, and Brian Thompson. Madisonville traveling 3,800 miles to be here, participating in the Alaska Airlines Tour Tournament Series. I've said it already, but they won the tournament in Kenai. They beat the host team 2-0 in the final to win that tournament. They have all but booked themselves a ticket to the championship game of this tournament. And again, they'll play in Anchorage alongside the Klamath Falls Falcons. And they will play at 7:30 tomorrow night in the Alaska 529 Mid-Season Classic. And then they'll come back and they'll play at 2:15 on Friday. On Saturday, they will play at 7:30 again. And the seeding games, or the bracket games, whatever you want to say, the placement games, they are all on Sunday for the 529 Classic. We got time. Count is 3-0 to Jacoby Takini. What do we got here? I think we were trying to figure out the count. Let's see what Blue says here. Well, now we're trying to find out what's going on. Are we trying to find out what the count is? Are we trying to talk to the dugout home plate umpire? Okay, so we just lost track of the count. 3-0. There's no problem there. Sometimes that happens. I can't tell you how many times I've lost track of the count today because the scoreboard's been off all week. I've been kind of a group effort in scoring this game. We haven't had the scoreboard here working in Wasilla at all this week, which has been curious to me. But, hey, well, what can you do? I'm probably sure the Falcons fans are glad they're not staring at a scoreboard right now because their team is down 13. Pitch is popped up into shallow center field. Could be trouble for anyone to get to. It's the right fielder who comes in running to make the catch and set down Takini. 2 away in the inning, and the Falcons are down to their final out here in the 7th. It'll be Colin Takini to bat for the Falcons. Takini is 1 for 3 today. He singled and scored in the 4th, otherwise has flown out and reached on an error. The delivery on the way from Nash is going to sail outside, 1-0. He comes set once more. And the pitch to Takini. Again, hit foul. Right side out of play. The count, a ball and a strike. Nash Lee looks in, gets the sign from his catcher Nobles, and comes set with the 1-1. Here it is. Line drive, right center field. That will get down and will roll to the wall. They are going to wave in Hayden Poor. The throw in is not in time. Hayden Porsche goes all the way from first on the RBI double from Colin Takini. Poor hustling around the bag there. It'll bring up P.J. Safford with a runner in scoring position, and still 2 away. The Falcons trail 16-4. They're not done yet. Safford is 0 for 3 today. He's grounded out in the second, reached on an error in the fourth, and he struck out in the fifth. Starting as catcher today, Safford settles into the right-handed batter's box. Nash Lee delivers the pitch. It's called strike 1 to P.J. Safford. On deck is Carson Sims for the Klamath Falls Falcons. 5-6-step lead off of second for Colin Takini. And here's the pitch. Hit in the air, right field. Looks playable for the right fielder, and the catch is made, and that will be the ball game. The Madisonville Rangers booked their ticket to the Todd Ryan Memorial Championship game after a 16-4 victory against the Klamath Falls Falcons. We'll be back to recap it for you briefly before getting ready for our nightcap tonight and the finale here in Wasilla. Back after this on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Pacific Power works day in and day out to power our communities because we know our neighbors rely on us. We're trimming and clearing branches around poles and lines, protecting our system, and giving you real-time updates when storms roll in. You can count on us in all seasons. 24/7, we're here for you. Powering your greatness.
The cars we drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
As a parent of a high school athlete, I've given up trying to get pictures of my kid playing sports. It's nearly impossible to take pictures and enjoy the game. There is a solution, though. God's Gifts Photography attends high school sporting events in the Basin to take individual and team action photos at a great price. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook to learn more. They'll come and capture your athlete in action, creating those frameable lifelong memories so you can watch and just enjoy the moment. Call 541-281-2206 to get your athlete on their schedule. God's Gifts Photography.
Josh Eldridge back with you from Bumpus Fields in Wasilla, Alaska. And the Klamath Falls Falcons losing the final game of group play to the Madisonville Rangers 16-4. Final line score for the Rangers, 16 runs on 20 hits. They commit 2 errors, and they leave 8 runners on base. The Klamath Falls Falcons, 4 runs on 4 hits. They commit 3 errors, and they leave 7 runners on base. The winning pitcher today is Jalen Groves, who pitched 6 innings in the start for Madisonville, giving up 3 hits, 3 runs, 1 earned, and he struck out 2. The losing pitcher today would be Colby Medeiros for the Klamath Falls Falcons, who pitched the first 4 innings, giving up 10 hits, 7 runs, 6 earned, and he walked 5 in the outing. Couple of notables. We'll start with the victors today as Connor Mitchison finished 3 for 5 with 4 RBI. Layden Bozarth finished 3 for 6 with 3 RBI. 2 for 3 day for Medford with 2 RBI, and a 2 for 4 day for Nobles with 2 RBI for him as well. For the Klamath Falls Falcons, offense hard to come by, only 4 hits as a team, but Colin Takini had 2 of them with an RBI, as well as Corbin Hamilton going 1 for 3 and Ryan Glidden going 1 for 3. The other RBI being credited to Carson Sims in the contest on a sacrifice fly. So with this win, Madisonville advances to the tournament championship game, scoring their most runs in a single game this season. And for the Falcons, allowing their most runs since the season opener. Madisonville also scoring the most runs in a single game for any team this tournament. We'll have a rematch between these two squads in the tournament championship game, which is set to start in right about 45 minutes. So we're going to step aside, and when we come back, we will be right back with you. By the way, you can just stay right here on this very same link on mybasin.com. If you're looking to continue to watch this game, we'll be right here on YouTube or on MyBasin on the same video link, not going anywhere. We're going to put up a little bit of a graphic showing you the team's records and whatnot before we step aside. If you're listening on the radio, we'll turn you over to Fox Sports Radio for just a little while before we get ready for the tournament championship game from Wasilla. My name is Josh Eldridge. Thank you so much for joining me today. Also, before we head off the air this time, want to highlight our tournament sponsors, or our tournament broadcast sponsors, that being Heartfelt OBGYN and the Eisler Group in Klamath Falls. Without those two folks and those set of people, we wouldn't be here broadcasting you this game and giving the Falcons a chance to win the tournament championship coming up next against the Madisonville Rangers. First pitch in about 45 minutes, back in just a bit on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. And welcome back to Klamath Falls Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com here in Wasilla, Alaska for the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament Championship game as the Klamath Falls Falcons face the Madisonville Rangers. Live from Bumpus Field. So glad to be with you today. The second time these two teams will be meeting today. The first went the way of Madisonville as they extended their tournament and booked themselves a ticket to this championship game after defeating the Klamath Falls Falcons just a little while ago with a final score of 16-4. But both teams 2-1 in tournament play and looking for the crown. Our two head coaches are meeting at home plate right now. So we'll step aside, and when we come back, we'll introduce you to the starting lineups for both teams as the Falcons play for a tournament championship next on mybasin.com.
Pacific Power works day in and day out to power our communities because we know our neighbors rely on us. We're trimming and clearing branches around poles and lines, protecting our system, and giving you real-time updates when storms roll in. You can count on us in all seasons. 24/7, we're here for you. Powering your greatness.
The cars we drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see two things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the two memories that stick out the most to me.
As a parent of a high school athlete, I've given up trying to get pictures of my kid playing sports. It's nearly impossible to take pictures and enjoy the game. There is a solution, though. God's Gifts Photography attends high school sporting events in the Basin to take individual and team action photos at a great price. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook to learn more. They'll come and capture your athlete in action, creating those frameable lifelong memories so you can watch and just enjoy the moment. Call 541-281-2206 to get your athlete on their schedule. God's Gifts Photography.
We are nearly set for the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament Championship game between the Klamath Falls Falcons and the Madisonville Rangers. The Falcons lost the coin toss, and so they will be the visitors today, and their lineup goes like this. Leading off, the second baseman Max Price. Connor Shively bats second at shortstop. Jacoby Takini, the catcher, bats third, followed by Colin Takini, the pitcher, batting cleanup. P.J. Safford is at third base, batting fifth. Carson Pimley is in right field, hitting sixth. Corbin Hamilton bats seventh at first base. Carson Sims is in center field, hitting eighth. And Ryan Douglas is in left field, batting ninth. They'll be going up against Layden Bozart on the mound for the Rangers. The lineup behind him goes like this. Leading off, Connor Mitchison, the starting shortstop, followed by Bozart, the pitcher. Xavier Martin is in right field. He hits third, followed by Hayden Hudson, the first baseman, batting fourth. Micah Austin is at second base, batting fifth. Jax Lee is in left field, hitting sixth. Easton Mefford, the center fielder, bats seventh, followed by Tate Nobles, the catcher. And rounding out the order for Madisonville is Aiden Rice. As we can take a look at the numbers on the season for Layden Bozarth on the mound for Madisonville. Bozarth is making his second start of the summer, his second overall appearance. He pitched 2 1/3 innings back in his previous start, gave up 6 hits, 6 runs. They were all earned. He walked 2, and he struck out 1. As we are nearly ready for first pitch to Max Price. Finishing up his warm-up tosses is Layden Bozarth. So again, Max Price, Connor Shively, and Jacoby Tacchini. And, well, again, it was victorious for Madisonville in the opening game. 16-4 was the final score. Most runs scored in a single game this tournament. For Madisonville, those 16 runs. Klamath Falls has the second most with 12 runs in their game yesterday against Palmer. So we know both of these offenses can swing the bat. And we'll see if any of the pitchers can quell the tide here in a championship game. First pitch to Max Price in the zone. Strike one, 3:49 here in Wasilla, Alaska. Blue skies, which is nice considering we had rain in the forecast. Hoping it stays away so we can hand out a tournament crown. Max Price sends the second pitch of his at-bat out to shortstop. Mitchison throws on to first in time, and that is how we get things started in the first inning. A ground out, one away for the Klamath Falls Falcons, and in steps Connor Shively. Now in the opener, Connor was 0 for 3. He did walk and score in the seventh. Shively grounded out, flew out, and struck out in the first, third, and fifth innings. Getting the start at shortstop for the Falcons. First pitch swinging for Shively, slices a foul down the left side. The count is 1-0. And something kind of interesting here as the atmosphere livens up here at Bumpus Fields, tucked away here in the Mat-Su Valley of Wasilla, Alaska. The first game today seemed almost as a formality, at least to the spectators. I think Madisonville had an expectation they'd come in and win as Connor Shively takes the 1-0 pitch. Line drive to shortstop and into left field. And a hit for Connor Shively is the first knock of the game for the Klamath Falls Falcons. But again, it wasn't a very lively atmosphere, and you hate to say that here on a broadcast, but I think now that the tournament championship is on the line, both fan bases are ready to go, cheering on their team. A couple of out-of-state teams battling for the tournament championship here in Alaska. As Jacoby Tacchini bats with a runner on first and one out. That pitch bounces to the plate, gets by Nobles. That's going to allow Shively to advance to second, and he is in scoring position in a 1-0 count to Jacoby Tacchini. Before we get too much further into this broadcast, I want to remind you that this wouldn't be possible without the wonderful folks at the Eisler Group in Klamath Falls and Heartfelt OBGYN, our tournament broadcast sponsors, and will continue to be a part of our broadcast for the Falcons moving forward throughout the summer. But again, couldn't have done it without them as we get ready for the 1-0 pitch to Jacoby Tacchini. Keeps it down, misses below the knees, and the count is 2-0 to the Falcons catcher. Tate Nobles, the other half of the battery for the Madisonville Rangers. Will introduce you to the rest of the defense after this pitch. As set on the mound is Bozarth. He delivers in a fastball that's knee-high on the outside corner, in for a strike. Down at third is Aiden Rice. Connor Mitchison is at short with Austin at second and Hayden Hudson at first. In the outfield from left to right, it's Jax Lee, Easton Medford, and Xavier Martin. Pitch on the way in a 2-1 count to Tacchini. Hits it in the air to right field. Martin going back a little bit, but he makes the catch for the out. Tagging from second and advancing to third is Connor Shively. And so a sacrifice fly for Jacoby Tacchini brings up Colin Tacchini with 2 outs in the first inning. Colin in the opener today was 2 for 3, actually. Had a single in the fourth inning and scored a run and an RBI double in the seventh inning of that opener, game in which the Falcons would probably quite frankly like to forget. They lost by 12 runs, but here knocking on the door of scoring the opening run here in the championship game of the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament. Curveball is in the zone for a strike. The count is 0-1. Looked like a curveball, maybe a slider out of the hands of Bozarth. He's got a low release angle coming from that right side. Pitch on the way is a line drive into center field and a base hit. And Connor Shively scores, and the Falcons score their first run of the ball game in the top of the first, and they lead 1-0 in the championship game. RBI there for Colin, his first of this game, his second of the day. And this will bring up P.J. Safford with a runner aboard at first and 2 outs. Safford in the opener was 0 for 3, looking to right the ship a little bit here. Move over to first. Back safely. Actually, Safford, was 0 for 4. He's actually the final out in the ball game. Didn't make that note in my book, but yeah, 0 for 4 earlier today was Safford. But a chance to get in the book here and continue this first inning for the Falcons where they've already scored a run. Safford watches one cross the plate knee high on a fastball. Counts 1-0. Coach Sean Teeters given some signs. The first-year head coach of the Klamath Falls Falcons was the Skyline Conference Coach of the Year in the prep season for the Henley Hornets and has brought those assistants along with him here to Alaska. That pitch misses low and away. The count 2-0. Took up some dirt with it. And Safford will be followed in the order by the right fielder Carson Pimley. Madisonville in their green uniforms today. They say post 6 across the chest in red with black trim. They've got white pants, navy blue skull cap with a red brim, and the red M on the top. The Falcons today in their blue uniforms with red Falcons written across their chest in cursive text with white trim and white pants today for the Falcons. The pitch to Safford is looked at for a strike. A fastball graces the outside corner. The count now, I believe, 2-2 to Safford. But a 2-strike count, we know that for sure. Three umpires around the bases today. We've been primarily dealing with 2 all week long, and so we're really in the big time now here in Wasilla. It's a beautiful day for it. Like I said, 60 degrees. Rain was in the forecast, but hopefully it stays away. It's over the right field side right now. You can see the dark clouds. I hope it stays over there as Safford fouls off a breaking pitch, still in a 2-strike count. Rain for about 4 hours here yesterday, put us into an hour and 15-minute delay for the Falcons' first game. But we played through rain for 2 games. I think it'll take a lot for this tournament championship game to get rained out, and hopefully it stays away, like I said. And it'll be Bozarth who steps off before the 2-strike pitch to Safford. Tournament game was rained out a year ago between Wasilla, the host team, and West Anchorage. But here we are, ready to crown a new tournament champion. The Klamath Falls Falcons, only the 3rd team ever from the state of Oregon to make the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament Championship game. Of course, Eugene won it in 2023. And then back in the first year of the tournament, it was Gresham who lost that game 5-3. But the Falcons on a short list of Oregonians who are playing for a tournament title here in Wasilla. Pitch to Safford, again, staying alive up there as the count remains in a 2-strike count to P.J. Safford. I believe it's 2-2. Already the Falcons lead 1-0. Pardon me, the count 1-2 to Safford. Runner at first is Colin Takini. Had that RBI single earlier. Safford looking to move him over. A curveball again. This one's popped up. Could be playable on the right side. The catcher is actually just going to watch that one drift out of play. And the count will remain 1-2. Falcons won their first 2 games of the tournament yesterday. They defeated Wasilla 10-0. Before that, they defeated Palmer 12-1. And, of course, losing to Madisonville earlier today. For the Rangers, their tournament started out with a win against Palmer 10-8. And then they lost to Wasilla 6-1 before beating the Falcons to earn their 2-1 tournament record as P.J. Safford fouls strike 3 back into the glove of the catcher, and that will end the inning. But the Falcons strike first. 1 run on 2 base hits. They leave a man stranded, and we go to the bottom of the first, and the Falcons lead 1-0 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Time to reclaim your health and your autonomy. At Heartfelt OBGYN, they focus on you. Their evidence-based approach to care means fewer office visits and a targeted treatment plan to directly address your specific needs. They believe in solutions for their patients, not the industry's profit margin. The providers at Heartfelt OBGYN are committed to serving the community and giving back to the basin. Find them at heartfeltobgyn.com. Heartfelt, because you deserve to be in control of your body and your informed choices.
At Eisler Group, they are confident that their tax and accounting professionals are experienced and trained like no one else. From individual, corporate, partnership, estate, trust, Eisler Group stands ready to help you with all of your financial, tax, and accounting needs. They have been in Klamath Falls for nearly 60 years, raising their families here and being part of the community. The Eisler Group can be found at EislerKF.com. That's ISLERKF.com. EislerKF.com.
And we're nearly set for the bottom of the first inning in the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament Championship game on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com. After the Falcons scored a single run at the top of the first, it'll be up to Madisonville to try and respond against Colin Takini. Taking a look at the season numbers for Takini, is getting ready to make his fourth start of the summer. Takini already this year has an ERA of 2.51 through his first 3 starts. He's a 1-0 record, 11 hits, 8 runs, 5 earned. He has struck out 14 batters. This will be the first time that we've seen him here in Alaska. Takini from Lakeview High School will be going up against the Rangers order, as we'll recap that for you. Leading off at shortstop is Connor Mitchison. Layden Bozart, the pitcher, bats second. Xavier Martin in right field batting third. Hayden Hudson at first base hits fourth. Micah Austin at second base batting fifth. Jax Lee is in left field hitting sixth. Batting seventh is Easton Mefford, the center fielder. Hitting eighth is Tate Nobles, the catcher. And batting ninth is Aiden Rice at third base. Just about ready to get off and rolling here in the bottom of the first inning. Colin Takini ready to deliver the first pitch to Connor Mitchison. And it is a check swing for a ball low and around the knees. 1-0. Here at McManus Field, locally known as Bumpus Fields, as the entire complex is Bumpus Fields, but the specific baseball field is McManus Fields. As a line drive into center field will get down in front of Sims, and Connor Mitchison is aboard with a base hit. That's how we get things started for Madisonville in the bottom of the first inning. A lot of other fields around here at Bumpus Fields in Wasilla, tucked away kind of off of Mystery Avenue. I like that name for a road name. It kind of feels like a mystery as you're driving up to it, but beautiful homes all around us. It's a really great part of this town of Wasilla. It's an intimate setting to watch a baseball game, and we've seen great baseball all week long. As a throw over to first, back safely is Mitchison, and it all culminates here in the championship game. Home of the Wasilla Road Warriors, who are not participating in the championship game. Their tournament ended with a 1-2 record, as a nice curveball dropped in there by Colin Takini, and he evens the count, or gets ahead in the count rather, 0-1, and runner aboard at first. Takini comes set, now having to work out of the stretch with the runner on. Delivers to his cousin Jacoby Takini, the catcher, goes curveball again, gets a swing and a miss. We'll introduce you to the defense for the Klamath Falls Falcons after the 0-2 pitch from Colin Takini. As Layden Bozarth settles in, Bozarth readies for the delivery. He had 3 RBI in the big win for Madisonville earlier. Strikeout and a called third strike. The fastball on the outside corner set down Bozarth, and that'll be the first out in the bottom of the first inning. Defensively for the Falcons, P.J. Safford plays third. Connor Shively plays short. Max Price is at second with Corbin Hamilton at first. In the outfield from left to right, it's Ryan Douglas, Carson Sims, and Carson Pimley. Here's Xavier Martin batting now for the Rangers. Throw over to first, and again back safely is Mitchison, pardon me. Xavier Martin in the first game today had 2 base hits and a run scored. Ground ball over towards second. The runner is on the move and is actually going to be hit. Runner interference, and Mitchison is out at second. Wouldn't have been in that position to be hit by the ball had he not tried to steal second, but he is out on base runner's interference. Safe at first is Xavier Martin. And there are now 2 away in the inning. This brings up Hayden Hudson. Hudson was 4 for 4 in the opener today against the Falcons, including a double and 1 RBI. Swinging the bat well. Here's the first pitch from Takini. Another nice curveball on the outside corner finds the zone. The count 0-1 to Hayden Hudson with Micah Austin on deck for the Rangers. Takini takes a look over at the runner at first before coming set. Now delivers the pitch. Fastball hit in the air center field. Sims backpedals a bit, settles underneath it, makes the catch. And that is the inning. 1 base hit, no runs come across to score, though, and the Falcons carry a 1-0 lead to the top of the second inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool. On the field. Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah!
Be great.
Participate!
The Klamath Falls Falcons lead 1-0 in the championship game of the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament here in Wasilla, Alaska. Just about 40 miles up Alaska Highway 1 from Anchorage. And very glad to have been with you all week long. Before we get started in the top of the second inning, want to highlight, again, some folks who made today's broadcast possible. Heartfelt OBGYN in Klamath Falls and the Eisler Group for sponsoring our Falcons broadcasts, as they have all week long and will continue to do so in Anchorage. But here in Wasilla, a couple more specific people to thank. Want to give a shout-out to Van Williams one last time, who is the leader of AlaskaLegionBaseball.com. Got me a ton of information before we started this broadcast this week. And I was also lucky enough to be able to broadcast every game of the tournament here in Wasilla on AlaskaLegionBaseball.com. And his sponsors, the Alaska Sports Report, Alaska 529, and Alaska Airlines, were also responsible in part for bringing me here to Wasilla. First pitch into Carson Pimley is an outside fastball that's called a strike, 0-1. It'll be Pimley, Hamilton, and Sims due up in the top of the second inning for Klamath Falls. The 0-1 on the way to Pimley is a curveball that is knee-high across the middle of the plate for a strike, 0-2. Pimley did not get a chance to hit in the opener today, but he did have a double in the win last night against Wasilla. He doubled and scored in the second inning of that game and then later walked and scored in that contest. Those are his only two previous plate appearances here in Alaska. Checks his swing on a curveball, but it's called strike 3, and Pimley goes down looking for the first out here in the second inning. I understand we've got quite a few fans listening from Kentucky as well, rooting on their Madisonville Rangers. And even though this is a Falcons broadcast, I want to welcome you in all the same. Thank you so much wherever you are in the country, in the world. Thank you so much for joining us today on mybasin.com. Corbin Hamilton stepping in the top of the second inning. He takes a curveball, rips it down the third base line, foul. And the count is 1-0 to Hamilton. Hamilton in the opener today was 1 for 3. He singled in the sixth inning. And last night in the opening win against Palmer, Hamilton was 2 for 3 with 2 RBI and 2 singles. Takes another inside curveball this time. It's called a strike. Hamilton falls behind 0-2. These hitters dealing with a big strike zone today in this contest. A stark contrast to where it was in the opener today as Hamilton chases an upstairs fastball for strike 3, and there are 2 outs in the second inning. Can already tell, get a good gauge of where this game is going to be called so far. You know, in the opener, it was a really tight strike zone, nothing off the inside or the outside or really even above the belt in that first game. But the home plate umpire widening out the strike zone a little bit, wanting these hitters to swing the bat. But right now, 2 away in the inning for Carson Sims. The first pitch on the way to him is going to miss off the outside part of the plate. The count 1-0 to Sims. Sims had an RBI on a sacrifice fly in the first game against Madisonville as he takes an outside fastball, and the count is 1-1. Otherwise, Sims was hitless in that contest. He also had a sacrifice fly and an RBI in the game last night against Wasilla. Pitch to Sims nearly hit him. The count now 2 balls and a strike to the starting center fielder for Klamath Falls. No RBI in the first game against Palmer for the Falcons for Sims, but he did have a single in that contest. Checks his swing on a slider, driving away from the right-handed hitting Sims. He spits on it, gets ahead 3-1. Sims batting now. Ryan Douglas is on deck for the Falcons. Here's the delivery on the way from Layden Bozarth. Jammed him on the inside fastball, and the count runs full, 3-2. Bozarth has done a good job of mixing up his speeds and his pitches through the first inning and 2/3. Now trying to set down Sims. The 3-2 is an outside fastball that Sims takes below the knees and works a walk with 2 outs in the inning. First base runner this inning for the Falcons. This will bring up Ryan Douglas. Didn't get to see Douglas take any at-bats in the first game today, although Douglas did get some pitching in the middle innings against Madisonville earlier this afternoon as he gets ready for the first pitch against Layden Bozarth. Bozarth is set, and the delivery is taken for a strike just below the letters on the outside corner. The count is 0-1. Douglas in those middle innings pitched 2 innings. He gave up 5 hits, 3 runs, 2 of them earned. He walked 1 and struck out none in his outing earlier today. Again, today getting the start in left field for this game. That pitch misses in around his eyes. The count is even to Ryan Douglas. Back to the top of the order next for the Klamath Falls Falcons with Max Price. Although Douglas didn't get any at-bats in the first game earlier today as he swings and misses at strike 2, Douglas did play in the opener against Palmer, where he scored a run in that contest after walking in the 6th inning. That was the game in which the Falcons won 12-1 against the Pioneers from Palmer, Alaska. All right, Bozarth looking in, gets the sign from Nobles and comes set. The 1-2 pitch on its way. A slider is popped up, out of play, foul. The count will remain 1-2. Well, on the season, we'll take a look at the season totals for Ryan Douglas. Comes into the game batting .357 with 10 hits in 28 tries on the summer. Pitch on the way. That one misses upstairs. The count 2-2. Douglas had to bend out of the way of that one to avoid being plunked. The count is 2-2 to Ryan Douglas. Aboard at first is Sims after working the 2-out walk. Bozarth delivers. Fastball middle in. Douglas swings through it for strike 3. Bozarth strikes out the side in the top of the 2nd inning, and we'll go to the bottom half with the Falcons ahead 1-0 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com at the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
At MyBasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
the pace and reach of social media,
the information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
MyBasin.com is your go-to place for news,
sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
And we're getting set for the bottom of the 2nd inning here on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com of the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament here in Wasilla, Alaska. Still blue skies right now, 59 degrees. We've dropped 1 degree. It's been 60 degrees, it's felt like the entire time I've been here, whether it was 4 in the afternoon, 4 at night, 4 in the morning, whatever. I don't know what time it is. Whatever time it is, it's been 60 degrees here in Alaska. It's been very consistent all throughout. It's because the sun never really sets here. The first pitch misses outside 1-0 to Micah Austin. It'll be Austin, Lee, and Medford due up this half for the Rangers. Driving home last night, a little after 10:30, bright as day. The pitch in is a fastball, lifted foul. The count is 1-1. Even the first night I was here, which was Monday night, Cruised around a little bit late night, and at midnight, 1 in the morning, it was still so bright outside. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Curveball misses off the outside, 2-1. It's a nice pitch location there for Tacchini, but Austin didn't bite at that outside breaking ball. It's the 2-1 on the way from Tacchini. Is swung on and missed. He goes upstairs with the fastball, gets Austin to chase at that one. Micah Austin in the first game today waited until the 5th inning to pick up his first hit, but he wound up 2 for 4. Here he rolls one out to second base. Max Price up with it. The throw on to first is in time. 4-3 in the book, and one away in the second inning. Here comes Jax Lee, who picked up his first hit of the summer last game when he doubled in the 3rd inning. He also walked twice, reached on an error, and scored as well. And here he gets his first look at Colin Tacchini. Pitch on the way is going to miss high up above the letters, middle of the plate, but again, too high to Jax Lee with Easton Mefford on deck for Madisonville. Pitch on the way. Line drive, center field. Sims comes in a few steps, makes the catch, and there's the out. 2 away quickly here in the bottom of the second inning, and here's Easton Mefford for the Madisonville Rangers. Mefford was 2 for 3 in the first game today against Klamath Falls when he singled in a run in the 6th inning. He also singled and was left stranded in the 3rd inning. Here he takes a pitch upstairs to get ahead 1-0. Mefford against Palmer in the 10-8 win for Madisonville as that pitch misses high 2-0. Mefford was, I believe he was, let's see, got it here. He was 1 for 4 with an RBI in that contest. Pops one up behind home plate. Tacchini has room to put that one away for the 3rd out. And the Rangers down in order in the 2nd. And we go to the 3rd with the Falcons in a 1-0 lead on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
We drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
Just getting set for the top of the 3rd inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com. The Klamath Falls Falcons lead 1-0 against the Madisonville Rangers in the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament Championship game here in Wasilla. The tournament began late Monday night as the 2 Alaska teams faced off. That would have been Palmer and Wasilla. Then we started yesterday as Madisonville took on Palmer, then faced Wasilla. Klamath Falls then did the same thing in the last 2 games of the day yesterday, first against Palmer, then Wasilla. And then these 2 teams played the opener today before now meeting again here in the tournament championship game. Well, I said the Klamath Falls Falcons are just the 3rd team ever from the state of Oregon to make the tournament championship game here in Wasilla. Madisonville is the first ever team from the state of Kentucky to make the tournament championship game. So the first pitch is on its way and taken upstairs to Max Price. It'll be the top of the order for the Falcons due up here in the 3rd. Price, Shively, and Tacchini. Layden Bozarth still out there working on the mound. Price shows bunt, lays one down the third base side. Rice, the third baseman, comes in charging, and they get him on a real close play at first. Price trying to lead things off with a bunt single, but it comes up empty. 5-3 on the putout. Really good hustle there from Price, but just wasn't able to beat out that play. An even better play by Rice to charge in and make an off-balance throw against his body for the out for Madisonville. This will bring up Connor Shively for the Falcons, who's 1 for 1 in this game. He'll take the first pitch. It's a curveball in the zone for a strike. Started off the plate outside to Shively, broke back across the plate. And now Connor down in the count 0-1. Here's the pitch. It's popped up foul. The count is even now at a ball and a strike to Shively. Shively was without a base hit in the last game for the Falcons. He finished 0 for 3. And he was also 0 for 3 in the first game in this tournament. But he did pick up a hit sandwiched in there in the game against Wasilla. In the nightcap last night, Shively finished 1 for 2 and had 2 RBIs on a single in the fourth inning of that game. Right now, gets ahead 2-1 against Layden Bozarth with Jacoby Takini waiting on deck. Shively widens out the batting stance. Here he goes, 2-1. He takes it the other way on the breaking ball. Lee comes in to make the catch. He backed up maybe a little bit too much at first, but recovers in time to come in a few steps and make the catch for the second out in the third inning. It'll bring up Jacoby Takini, who is without an official at-bat today, laid down a sacrifice bunt in the first inning. Takini was 0 for 3 in the first game today and was 0 for 2 in the game last night against Wasilla. But he did have a 2 RBI single in the win against Palmer yesterday. I'm looking to make an impact this tournament in the title game. Pitch on the way to Takini. That one misses high. After Jacoby Takini, it's Colin Takini in the order for the Falcons. The count is 2-0 right now to Takini. He grounds one through the infield into center field. And a base hit for Takini with 2 away in the inning. We're going to have a courtesy runner come on out. It'll be Chase Barrett. There we go, 44 for 19, at least in the courtesy runner. Barrett's going to come on in and run for Takini, as has been customary this tournament. And a nice base hit, taking it right back through where it came from for Takini. Well, now Colin gets a chance. His RBI single in the first inning helped the Falcons score their only run of the game so far. Colin is also on the mound to start the game as the pitcher for Colin. Home plate umpire making a couple changes to his lineup card as Chase Barrett again comes into the game as the courtesy runner over there at first. Want to once again recognize Heartfelt OBGYN in Klamath Falls and the Eisler Group for stepping up and making these broadcasts possible. They stepped in at the 11th hour because that's about when we asked them to, and yeah, no questions asked. They said, yeah, we want to get these games on the air in Alaska. So carry on, and here we go. You get to watch the Klamath Falls Falcons participate in a tournament championship game here in Wasilla. All right, Colin Takini ready to step in now after the 2-out single from Jacoby. And the first pitch on the way to Colin is taken for a ball low and away. Colin's got mismatched shoes on right now. He's got blue Nikes on his front foot and red Nikes on his back foot. I don't know if someone else has got mismatched shoes in the dugout. Well, I've seen that happen at basketball games where guys will basically trade one shoe each, split up the pair for the game. I'll have to pay attention, see if anyone else is wearing red and blue Nikes. Right now the count 1-0 to Takini. Here's the pitch. It's a curveball that misses low and away. It's a 2-0 count now to Colin with P.J. Safford waiting on deck. Decent lead off of first for Chase Barrett. About 4 steps off the bag. Before coming set, Bozarth looks at him. Now comes together and delivers the pitch. It's fouled straight back, and the count is 2-1. Colin Takini from Lakeview. Like I said in the first game earlier today, Colin Takini also had an RBI double. He got that in the 7th inning. He also singled in the 4th inning of that contest. Move over to first, and Barrett's back safely. Now, Collins been a part of a consistent attack this week for the Falcons, as he also had an RBI on a sacrifice fly in the game in which they beat Palmer to start their tournament. Collins swings through the fastball there. The count is even now. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and a runner on first in the top of the 3rd inning of a 1-0 ball game. The Klamath Falls Falcons lead the Madisonville Rangers. Takini settles back in, chokes up a bit on the bat, keeps his hands low, and widens out the stance. Delivery on the way from Bozarth. It's an upstairs fastball rung up. Takini, letter high. Takini less than pleased, but he goes down looking to end the 3rd inning. Falcons get a base hit, but they don't do anything with it. They lead 1-0. Go to the bottom of the 3rd next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Pacific Power works day in and day out to power our communities because we know our neighbors rely on us. We're trimming and clearing branches around poles and lines, protecting our system, and giving you real-time updates when storms roll in. You can count on us in all seasons. 24/7, we're here for you. Powering your greatness.
Bottom of the 3rd inning, and the Klamath Falls Falcons lead the Madisonville Rangers 1-0 in the championship game of the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament in Wasilla, Alaska. It'll be 8, 9, and 1 in the Rangers' order. Due up this half inning. That's Tate Nobles, Aiden Rice, and Connor Mitchison. As Colin Takini has dealt well through the first 2 innings. He gave up a base hit, 2 hits in the first inning, was able to get through the 2nd inning in order. Now he'll face the catcher, Tate Nobles. In the first game, Nobles finished 2 for 4, had 2 singles and 2 RBI. Now, one of those RBI came on a sacrifice fly late in the game, but all the same, he also scored 2 runs in that game as well. Takini starts him off with a curveball that bounces to the plate. The 1-0 is fisted out to short. Shively tries to play it on a hop, but it takes a wicked hop to the left. He was ready to field that cleanly, and as it hit the dirt, it bounced way to his left inexplicably, and a leadoff base runner for the Rangers. Madisonville gets their first hit of the 3rd inning on an unfortunate hop to Shively. And this will bring up Aiden Rice. Rice taking his first at-bat of this contest, of course, as the number 9 hitter. Didn't get to see him at all in the first game today. But we did see Rice in the game against Wasilla for Madisonville, where he finished 0 for 3 in that game. Here he sends a chopper out towards second. Price plays it on 2 hops. Throws to first in time, but Nobles advances to second on the play. And so a runner in scoring position, that's the tying run. 1 out in the inning, and it will bring up Connor Mitchison. Mitchison 1 for 1 in this contest. He led off the first inning with a single, but wound up getting out via interference or obstruction as he was running to second on a ground ball, and it hit off his foot. Stifled some momentum that Madisonville maybe thought they had in the first inning, but trying to recapture it here as a line drive gets down into right field and will be a base hit. They're waving in Nobles to score, and he will, and an RBI single ties us up in the 3rd inning. Madisonville on the board, 1-1. Mitchison staying hot. He is now 2 for 2 in this game, and has an RBI. In the first game, Mitchison was 3 for 4 with 3 RBI. He's been playing well today against the Klamath Falls Falcons. This brings up Layden Bozarth, the starting pitcher for Madisonville. Chance to help out his own cause a little bit here as he takes a fastball middle, and Takini gets ahead 0-1. Bozarth had 3 base hits in the first game against the Falcons and 3 RBI as well. A 2 RBI single in the second inning, followed it later with an RBI single in the 5th to help his team out to that 16-4 win against the Falcons in the opener today. Curveball, Bozarth chases out of the zone. The count is 0-2. As that pitch from Takini just drops off the table about halfway there, and Bozarth chased it. He'll have to adjust here at an 0-2 count. Mitchison a modest lead off of first, about 4 steps off the bag. And the pitch on the way from Takini goes curveball again. Here's a ground ball to Shively. Goes on to second for 1, and they got them both. 6-4-3 to get out of the inning. And we'll stay tied as we go to the 4th, 1-1 in the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament Championship game. And you're watching it live on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, the retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
We're getting set now for the top of the 4th inning at the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament Championship game, and we are tied up at 1 through 3 innings. For the Klamath Falls Falcons, 1 run on 3 hits. They've committed 1 error, and they have left 3 runners on base. For the Rangers, they have scored 1 run on 3 hits, and they have committed no errors while leaving 1 runner on base. It'll be P.J. Safford, Carson Pimley, and Corbin Hamilton do up this half inning for the Klamath Falls Falcons as they look to retake the lead after allowing Madisonville to battle back for a single run in the bottom half of the 3rd. Looks like, I believe that's still Bozarth out there on the mound for Madisonville. No reason to change. Couldn't make out his number at first, but that is still Bozarth out there. He's thrown well through the first 3 innings. Check the line score for him. 3 hits, 1 run it's earned. He's struck out 5 batters through the first 3 innings against the Falcons. The right-hander is class of 2027 for Madisonville, and he gets ready to get going against P.J. Safford. That one misses well outside. The count is 1-0. Safford, of course, class of 26 for the Klamath Union Pelicans. This game, though, Safford 0 for 1. He struck out in the first inning. The 1-0 on the way to P.J. misses low and away. The count is 2-0 to Safford. Like I said, Carson Pimley waits on deck for the Falcons. On the season, P.J. Safford is hitting .314 as he fouls one off there. The count now 2 balls and a strike to Safford. Batting .314, all but one of his hits have been singles so far. He's got 1 double. He's driven in 15 runs this year for the Falcons. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Ground ball back up the middle. The shortstop comes up with it. The throw on to first. Takes the first baseman Hudson off the bag, but he applies the tag to Safford. 6-3 in the book, and a nice play by Mitchison over there at short for Madisonville to record the out. So one away in the top of the fourth for Carson Pimley. Pimley also went down on strikes in his first at-bat of the game. He is 0 for 1. Pimley got a little bit of pitching work in the last inning of the loss to Madisonville earlier, as that pitch missed low and away. The count is 1-0 to Pimley. In one inning, Pimley gave up 5 hits and 3 earned runs, and he walked 1 in the 16-4 loss for the Falcons. That pitch was ripped foul. The count is even now at a ball and a strike. And with how much offense we saw in that first game, at least through the first 3 innings, offense hard to come by with both pitchers out there dealing on the mound so far. Count 1-1 from Bozarth. The pitch is an outside fastball called a strike. 1-2. It's that firm, hard fastball outside to the right-handed hitters has been called a strike in this game. Pimley going to have to protect that spot in a 2-strike count. Here it comes. Goes curveball outside that time. It dipped below the zone. Count is even. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Pimley with Corbin Hamilton waiting on deck for the Falcons. Deep breath before delivering the pitch from Layden Bozarth. Here it comes. It's hit in the air, right side. The right fielder, Martin, takes a look at it before deciding that's way out of the way. And the count remains 2-2. That was hit over towards those softball fields like I was telling you about. This whole complex, it's quite the complex here at Bumpus Fields in Wasilla. I learned a little bit more about it earlier today as I was talking to the head coach, Ken Ott, here in Wasilla. He was telling me that back in the mid-2000s, he couldn't quite recall the year, but the Legion Post bought this area from the state of Alaska as that pitch misses inside. That was the 3-2 pitch that missed inside, and a walk worked for Carson Pimley with 1 out in the inning. He gets aboard at first. It'll bring up Corbin Hamilton, who's 0 for 1 in the contest. Corbin struck out back in the second inning. Chance to try to get a rally going for the Falcons with that runner Pimley aboard at first. Try to reclaim a lead. Right now tied at 1 in the top of the 4th inning. Here's the pitch. Hamilton lifts a curveball into the second base side of the infield. Austin moves over, makes the catch, and that's the second out. The Legion Post bought this section of land from the state of Alaska for $1. $1 they got all this stuff. The governor at the time was Sarah Palin, former vice presidential candidate for John McCain. And she was actually mayor of Wasilla before she was the governor of Alaska. And she is who sold this place to the Legion Post, and it's where the Road Warriors have called home ever since. As the first pitch called a strike into Carson Sims, the count is 0-1. 324 down either line, 350 to left and right center, 390 to straightaway center field with written in cursive in the center field fence, home of the Post 35 Road Warriors. Pitch on the way to Sims. That one is rolled foul. Count is 1-1. The Falcons don't have anything designating their post on their jerseys, not that I've seen. At least maybe I haven't taken a close enough look, but the Klamath Falls Falcons post 8 for Legion Baseball. They're taking on post 6 in Madisonville. Count is 1-2 to Sims with 2 outs and a runner on first. The pitch from Bozarth is a line drive into center field, and it will get down in front of Mefford for a base hit. Advancing to second is Carson Pimley. Sims with his first knock of this game, and it moves a runner into scoring position with 2 outs in the top of the 4th. Brings up Ryan Douglas. Douglas 0 for 1 in this contest, struck out in the second inning. But a fresh count for him and 2 men on with 2 out in the top of the 4th inning. Looking in is Bozarth. He comes set, checks the runner at second, Pimley, and then he'll step off as Pimley had a fairly aggressive lead, although he didn't look in position to try to swipe a bag or anything like that. Now he shortens up that lead a little bit, about 5 steps off the second base bag. Bozarth comes set, looks over at Pimley, and delivers home. The pitch misses upstairs to Douglas, and the count is 1-0. After Douglas in the Falcons order, it's Max Price who's due up for the boys in blue. No at-bats for Douglas in the first game today. Like I said, he only got some time on the mound, but here starting in left field as a slider misses wide, and the count is 2-0 to Douglas. Looking in is Bozarth. Again, looks at Pimley before delivering the 2-0 pitch. It is popped up into shallow left field. Someone's got to come in and get it. It is not going to be anybody, and that's going to allow Pimley to score all the way from second. Lee thought that Mitchison was going to catch it. Mitchison thought that Lee was going to catch it. Nobody communicated, and it dropped for a base hit. And it scored Pimley from second. Sims pulled up safely to second, and an RBI knock for Ryan Douglas gives the Falcons a 2-1 lead in the top of the fourth inning. So now still 2 men on, 2 men out for Max Price, who's 0 for 2 in this game. Didn't get a hit in the first game against Madisonville either, but Price certainly left his mark last night against the Alaska teams, picking up across both games a total of 4 runs batted in as he takes a pitch off the inside corner there. The count is 1-0 to Max. Has started in the outfield in this tournament, has started at third base. This is the first game where he started at second base, though, this tournament for the Falcons. Set is Bozarth, and the delivery is going to miss below the knees, maybe a touch outside. The count is 2-0 to Max Price, with Connor Shively waiting on deck for the Falcons. Price keeps his hands low, moves them quickly through the zone. It's the 2-0 pitch on the way. Taken for a strike. Fastball about belt high and around the outside part of the plate. Bozarth battles back to count 2 balls and a strike to Max Price. Here's the pitch. Popped up into the infield towards second base. Austin, the second baseman, puts that one away for the out. But the Falcons do score 1 run in the inning on 2 base hits, and they leave 2 stranded. They lead 2-1 as we go to the bottom of the fourth next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place home. And then I heard your voice. I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
Getting set now for the bottom of the fourth inning. It'll be 3-4-5 due up for Madisonville as they try to climb back into the game. They are down 2-1 against the Klamath Falls Falcons in the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament Championship game. Martin, Hudson, and Austin still working against Colin Tacchini. We can check on the line score for him through his first 3 innings. For Colin, 3 innings pitched, 3 hits, 1 run. It's unearned. And he struck out 1. Now starting the fourth inning against the left-handed hitting Xavier Martin, who is 1 for 1 in this game. He singled back in the first inning. Pitch is fine in the zone for Tacchini. Inside fastball. Count 0-1. Xavier Martin awaits the delivery now from Tacchini. That one is fouled off. The count quickly 0-2 against Martin, who bats .455 on the season for Madisonville. Does not strike out very much. He's only struck out 2 times this summer. As he fights off that pitch, sends in a ground ball towards Safford at third. Throw on to first is in time, staves off the strikeout, but wounds up 5-3 in the book regardless. And there's one out in the 4th inning. So in steps Hayden Hudson. Hudson 0 for 1 in this contest for Madisonville. He flew out to center field back in the 1st inning. As Colin Tacchini gets the sign from Jacoby and delivers an upstairs breaking ball. Didn't have enough spin on it. And the count is 1-0. For Hudson, batting .308 on the season for Madisonville. Here's the pitch. It's hit in the air into left center field. Gets down for a base hit. And a 1-out single for Hayden Hudson. Gets a runner on board. The tying run on board for the Rangers. Brings up Micah Austin with a runner on and 1 out. Austin 0 for 1 in this game. He grounded out in the 2nd inning. That's the the 4th hit of the day for Madisonville. As Austin takes the first pitch low, the count is 2-0. Micah Austin on the season for the Rangers, batting .267. He's scored 8 runs, which is second most on the team in that metric. His timeout is called. Jacoby Tacchini goes out to talk to Colin. It's a brief conference. Ahead of the 2-0 pitch, Tacchini will come on back. Home plate umpire brushes off the plate. And we are about ready to go in the bottom of the 4th inning. 1 out, 2-0 the count to Micah Austin in a 2-1 ball game that the Falcons lead the Madisonville Rangers in the tournament championship game. The pitch from Tacchini. He drops in a curveball just below the knees over the plate, called a strike. The count 2-1. Nice job by Colin Tacchini. Confidence in that breaking ball in a 2-0 count to get it across in the zone. See where he goes now in the 2-1. Goes fastball. It's hit the opposite way into right field. Pimley moves over into the gap but makes the catch for the 2nd out. 2 away now in the inning, and it will bring up Jax Lee. Lee is 0 for 1 in the ball game. He flew out in the 2nd inning. Here he bats with 2 away and a runner aboard at first. It was Hayden Hudson who had the 1-out single. He's still standing out there as Tacchini trying to keep him there and hold on to a lead up 2-1 in the bottom of the 4th. Here's the pitch. Curveball is going to miss inside, about shin high. So probably could have been low as well. Not a bad pitch, trying to go front door to the lefty. But missing the zone there. Lee tall in the left-handed batter's box. Move over to first, and they got him at first. The pickoff move had Hudson lean into second, and that is how the Falcons get out of the inning. 1 base hit, but no runners left, and we'll go to the 5th in a 2-1 ball game on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Time to reclaim your health and your autonomy. At Heartfelt OBGYN, they focus on you. Their evidence-based approach to care means fewer office visits and a targeted treatment plan to directly address your specific needs. They believe in solutions for their patients, not the industry's profit margin. The providers at Heartfelt OBGYN are committed to serving the community and giving back to the basin. Find them at heartfeltobgyn.com. Heartfelt, because you deserve to be in control of your body and your informed choices.
At Eisler Group, they are confident that their tax and accounting professionals are experienced and trained like no one else. From individual, corporate, partnership, estate, trust, Eisler Group stands ready to help you with all of your financial, tax, and accounting needs. They have been in Klamath Falls for nearly 60 years, raising their families here and being part of the community. The Eisler Group can be found at EislerKF.com. That's ISLERKF.com. EislerKF.com.
Top of the fifth inning, and the Klamath Falls Falcons lead the Madisonville Rangers in the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament Championship game. The score is 2-1. Connor Shively, Jacoby Takini, and Colin Takini do up this half inning for the Klamath Falls Falcons. It is still Layden Bozarth on the hill for Madisonville, and despite his team trailing, he's thrown about as well as anyone has against the Falcons so far in this tournament. The Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament began in the year 2000. They have crowned champions all but 4 seasons. Of course, in 2020, all but 5 seasons. In 2020 and 2021, there was no tournament due to, of course, the pandemic. In 2024, the tournament championship was rained out, along with 2010 and 2008 being rained out as well. Klamath Falls Falcons look to become the only second Oregonian team to ever win this event. If Madisonville wins, they would be the first ever team from Kentucky to win this event. First pitch to Shively, slow roller out to short. Throw to first is in time. A close play. They got Shively at first. And it'll bring up Jacoby Takini, 1 pitch and 1 out in the 5th inning. Nice play by the shortstop, Mitchison, charging in, having to make that play and throwing against his body to make the out at first. Brings up Jacoby Takini, who's 1 for 1 in the contest after a sacrifice bunt laid down in the first. He singled in the third. First pitch swing in this at-bat. He rips it foul down the third base side. The count is 0-1 to Jacoby Takini. Take a look at the season numbers so far this summer for Jacoby. He is hitting .277 for the Falcons as that pitch misses beneath the zone, 1-1. Takini was the all-conference, first-team all-conference catcher in the prep season for the Henley Hornets, an all-state catcher as well after just wrapping up his freshman season. Pitch on the way to Takini is going to hit him on the front shoulder, and he will get on base in the 5th inning. And we're going to see Chase Barrett come in and run for him again, as Takini, as the catcher, afforded that courtesy runner. And it's Barrett out there. So it'll bring up Colin Takini with 1 out in the inning and a runner aboard at first for the Falcons as they hope to add to this 1-run advantage. Any insurance is going to be much appreciated for Colin Takini out there on the mound. And, well, he gets his turn to try to help himself out here. Colin is 1 for 2 in the ball game. He singled in the first, and he struck out in the third. But on that single earlier in the ball game, knocked in a run, helped the Falcons strike first. He checks his swing, but went around on the outside fastball. The count is 0-1 to Colin, with P.J. Safford on deck for the Falcons. Takini awaits the pitch from Bozarth, and here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. Takini fouls it back into the glove of the catcher Nobles, and the count is 0-2. Timeout called. We've got the pitcher coming out. The manager coming out. He's got a lineup card in hand. Wonder if we're going to be seeing a change for Madisonville in a 2-strike count. Could be worrying about pitch count, I suppose. We don't want to find out for sure. And now we've got other folks coming out here, potential for a pitching change. Be curious exactly how they do it. We'll find out here from the home plate umpire, I think, in just a moment, as long as there are any changes to be had for the team from Kentucky. All right. Manager heads out. Pitcher remains in the game. And so it was just a bit of a longer discussion in the middle of an 0-2 count against Colin Takini. Runner on first is Chase Barrett. And P.J. Safford is on deck. Score 2-1, top of the 5th inning. Falcons lead in the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament Championship game. And we are back ready for baseball as Logan Bozarth is on the rubber and comes set and delivers the pitch to Takini. Hits it high in the air, left field. Lee going back, continuing to go back, and he will make the catch near the wall for the out. 2 away in the inning, and this brings up P.J. Safford. Safford 0 for 2 in this contest, and now we're definitely going to get a pitching change. As for the second time this inning, the manager up and out of the dugout. We will step aside and we'll introduce you to the new pitcher coming in for Madisonville in just a moment. Stick around. The Falcons lead 2-1 in this championship event on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool. On the field. Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah!
Be great.
Participate!
Top of the 5th inning, and a new pitcher into the game for the Madisonville Rangers. It is Nash Lee. He comes in relief of Layden Bozarth. Can't quite close the book on Bozarth yet, as he is responsible for the runner over there at first in Chase Barrett. His first task will be P.J. Safford coming out of the bullpen. Nash Lee is coming in for Bozarth. Just a straight across swap. No other defensive changes for Madisonville. This will be the second time today that the Falcons see Nash Lee. As you take a look at him on the season, 3 2/3 innings pitched, this is now his 4th appearance on the season. He does have 1 save in 1 opportunity, 2 hits, 1 run. It is earned. Lee, like I said, pitched against the Falcons in the first game today, in which Klamath Falls won. In which Madisonville won 16-4. Sorry, I was looking at my stat book here. He pitched 1 inning, and in 15 pitches, gave up 1 hit, 1 run. It was earned in the final inning of that game. So now a little bit of a longer outing, as this time the Falcons are in front of Madisonville. And P.J. Safford takes ball 1 on a curveball that dips below the zone. And that is how we get started with Nash Lee on the mound for Madisonville. Here's the pitch. That one also misses low and away. Barrett is on the move. He will get in without a throw. And a man in scoring position now for P.J. Safford with 2 outs. It'll take a base hit to get him in. Safford still looking for his first hit of the day. He is 0 for 2 so far in this one. He was 0 for 3 in the opener. But what a time it would be as his team tries to add some insurance here in the top of the 5th inning. The pitch to Safford is a curveball that bounces to the plate. The count is 3-0 to P.J. On deck is Carson Pimley. Safford settles back in. He can be picky in a 3-0 count. Here's the pitch. It misses low, and Safford works a walk. There are now 2 men on with 2 out for Carson Pimley. Pimley walked and came around to score in the last half inning. Klamath Falls dugout looks like they were issued a warning for counting balls in a row, consecutive balls, like you've seen them do in college baseball before, getting a warning for that. And so it'll be Carson Pimley due up now for the Falcons. Like I said, he walked and came in to score in the 4th inning. Otherwise, he struck out in the 2nd. Here's the pitch. It misses low beneath the zone, 1-0. Nice job by Nobles to keep it in front of him and not let anyone advance. It's Barrett at second. with Safford aboard at first. Nash Lee comes set, ready to deliver the 1-0 pitch to Pimley. Line drive, center field, base hit. Barrett gets the green light. The throw in is not in time. The throw to get Safford at third is not there. The tag not applied. And the Falcons lead 3-1 on the RBI single from Carson Pimley. Safford to third, and the Falcons lead by 2. Big-time base hit there for Carson Pimley, putting his team up by a pair, and now Hamilton a chance to add to it. Hamilton still looking for his first base hit in this game, although in the opener he was 1 for 3, had a single in the 6th, looking for more. Carson Sims is on deck for the Falcons as Lee toes the rubber, ready to deliver to Corbin Hamilton. Pitch on the way from Lee is taken for a strike. Pimley on the move. He'll steal second without a throw. 2 men in scoring position now for Corbin Hamilton. Corbin Hamilton on the season for the Klamath Falls Falcons. He's batting .312. 13 of his 15 hits have been singles this year. Takes a curveball, misses outside. The count is even now at a ball and a strike with 2 outs. Already 1 run home this inning. It was Chase Barrett who scored on the single from Pimley. Safford walked. He stands at third. Pitch on the way from Lee. Outside fastball called a strike. 1-2. That firm fastball, like I said, has been called a strike today, so now Hamilton will have to protect in a 2-strike count. Set is Lee, a deep breath before delivering to the Falcons' first baseman. Takes an upstairs fastball for a ball, and the count is even. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 runners on in a 2-run ball game. Safford creeps off a third. Not much of a lead off of second for Pimley. As Lee looks in and gets the sign from Nobles, he comes set. Keeps the glove, waistline, and delivers. Curveball misses off the plate outside, and the count is full. 3-2. After Hamilton, Sims now trying to time up Lee in the on-deck circle. He'll get a good look at a full count pitch here. The delivery on the way. Hamilton smacks it foul. Count will remain full. 3-2. Nash Lee throwing from the right side. Comes set. Pitch on the way. Line drive, center field, and another 2-out base hit. That'll score Safford. They're waving Pimley in. He scores a standing in a 2-out, 2 RBI single for Corbin Hamilton. The Falcons lead 5-1. Big time knock for Hamilton. The Falcons are building out a lead here in the 5th inning. And the infield going to come in and discuss things with Nash Lee here. As maybe just wanted to offer up some words of encouragement to their guy out there, as Safford scored, Pimley scored on 2 RBIs for Corbin Hamilton. And are we trying to get a new game ball going potentially? Not quite sure exactly what's stopping them. Are they trying to go hidden ball potentially at first? Otherwise, not entirely sure. Regardless, what we do know is that Carson Sims is going to try to keep this 2-out rally going for the Klamath Falls Falcons, who have now scored 3 runs in this inning. Sims is 1 for 1 today. First pitch to him is a curveball, called a strike. The throw down to try to get Hamilton, winds up in center field. Hamilton pops up, now digging for third. He's going to get in standing. It was an error. Nobles threw the ball well to the right of the second base bag, and that's why it wound up in center field. And so now a runner at third. I missed if that was called a ball or a strike to Sims. I think it was a strike. It looked like a pretty good breaking ball to Sims. Again, no scoreboard here in Wasilla, so it's hard to tell sometimes. If I miss one pitch, I've fallen behind a little bit. I usually rely on the scoreboard here, but it's been off all week long. Set is Lee. And the pitch on the way to Sims is a curveball that misses high and in. The count is even now, to ball and a strike. After Sims, it's Ryan Douglas in the order for the Klamath Falls Falcons. 5-1 our score in the top of the 5th inning. The pitch from Lee is going to be in the zone, well below the knees over the plate. And Sims falls behind in the count, 1-2. Starting in center field today. Sims looking to send one out there like the previous two guys have done. Sims, the pitch, misses high. Count is even now, 2-2 to Carson, class of 27 for Henley High School. He'll be a junior next season, earned an honorable mention in the Skyline Conference this year. Here's the 2-2. Sims hits one in the air, center field, although this one looks playable for Mefford. And it is. He makes the catch, and the Rangers get out of the inning, but not before allowing 3 runs on 2 base hits. And the Falcons leave 1 runner stranded as we go to the bottom of the 5th inning. The score is 5-1, and the Falcons lead in the Todd Ryan Memorial Championship game on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
At MyBasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
The pace and reach of social media,
The information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
MyBasin.com is your go-to place for news,
Sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
Back with you in the bottom of the 5th inning on MyBasin.com and 104.3 and 960 Sports. The Klamath Falls Falcons lead 5-1 against the Madisonville Rangers in the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament Championship game. It'll be Jax Lee, Easton Mefford, and Tate Nobles do up this half inning for the Rangers as they look to battle back against Colin Dakini, who's been throwing well for the Klamath Falls Falcons through his first 4 innings. Thank you so much for joining us wherever you might be in Oregon or abroad. We have got record viewership for the tournament going on right now on MyBasin.com, so thank you so much for joining me as a ground ball into right field is a base hit for Jax Lee. And that is how we get started in the Madisonville 5th with a lead-off single. All you folks watching, remember, this broadcast wouldn't be possible without the folks back home in Klamath Falls like the Eisler Group and Heartfelt OBGYN, both of those groups stepping up to sponsor us and get us to Alaska. All of it came together in about the last week and a half before this tournament began. And so, again, thank you to those folks, and thank you to all of you who are tuned in watching right now or listening on the radio. It means a lot. Count 1-0 to Easton Mefford. The left-handed hitter took an outside fastball in the first pitch, and then Takini goes to check over on the runner Lee, but Hamilton's tag applied just a bit late. As Mefford is 0 for 1 in the ball game, he popped out to the catcher in the 2nd inning. Takes a curveball down and in. The count is 2-1. That one took up some dirt with it. Takini falls behind in the count to the center fielder for the Rangers. Falcons scored 3 runs in the top half of the 5th to help build out their 4-run advantage. Takini looking to maintain that same advantage. Here's the 2-0 pitch in the zone against the lefty. It was an outside fastball, 2-1 the count now to Mefford. Taking a look at Mefford on the season, if we get to, we'll give you the stats on him after this pitch from Takini. The 2-1. is taken inside, nearly wore that one. The count now 3-1 to Mefford, who is batting .333 on the season for the Rangers. There's been one thorn in his side this summer. It's that he leads the team most strikeouts with 9 on the summer so far. Here's the pitch to Mefford. He takes it for strike 2. Looks like it was a changeup on the outside to the lefty from Takini. I don't see him mix in that changeup all that often, but that time able to find the zone on the outside. Just saw my first raindrop here in Wasilla, although it looks pretty nice overhead. Hopefully this is just a couple of drops before it subsides. Like I said yesterday, we had about 4 hours worth of rain. Overhead it looks fairly blue right now, but just had a couple of drops settle on in. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Looked at for strike 3, and they rung up Mefford looking in the 5th inning. Bring up Tate Nobles. Nobles is 1 for 1 in the contest today. He singled and scored in the 3rd inning. It's been all the offense today for Madisonville. Again, a stark contrast to the first meeting between these two teams in this tournament. It was a 16-4 win for Madisonville in the group final. As a curveball, Takini loops it in there for a strike, gets ahead 0-1. That game earned Madisonville the right to rematch the Falcons in this championship game. But the Falcons have switched into another gear. Right now up 5-1 in the late going. Madisonville, though, still a chance to respond, but a well-placed curveball on the black outside gets Takini ahead 0-2 to Tate Nobles. Aiden Rice is on deck for the Rangers. Set is Takini once more. Goes inside fastball. That misses 1-2. You go curveball outside. Tried to jam him with the inside heat, but that one was upstairs, and Nobles laid off. Battling back into the at-bat, a ball and 2 strikes. Takini comes set, move over to first. Back safely is the runner at first to Jax Lee. He led off this inning with a single. And after the strikeout to Mefford, he's still standing there. Takini looking to make it back-to-back Ks, but this one will bounce to the plate. Takini keeps it in front of him, keeping Lee at first, but the count now 2 balls and 2 strikes to Tate Nobles. Nobles in the opener today was 2 for 3. Had a sacrifice fly and an RBI late in the game earlier today. Curveball hit in the air towards left. That's going to get down for a base hit. Lee advances to second. Nobles now 2 for 2 in this ball game, and this will bring up Aiden Rice. Oh, and just as the rain dropped, about 5 little rain droplets on my table, very minuscule amount, the sun has come out. Looks like a real nice day. Still 60 degrees. Wouldn't you believe it? It's been 60 degrees all day, like I said. All right. Aiden Rice stepping in now with 1 out and 2 on. Rice is 0 for 1 in the ball game. He grounded out in the 3rd. Takini looks around, checks the runner at second before coming set. And the pitch. Drops in the curveball for a strike. Started out of the zone up. But then just, again, that curveball just has so much late movement for Takini. It dropped in for a strike 0-1. Right as I say the sun comes out, I can hear the rain starting to trickle off the top of my tent. Can't make up what it's going to be over here. Pitch is fouled off. 0-2. I stand by what I said. It still does look like a nice day outside. The wind is blowing in a little bit harsher now in from right field. The wind hasn't been much of a factor for any of the games throughout the week. There hasn't been much wind at all throughout the week except for right now and when we had that little bit of a rainstorm yesterday for about 3 hours. So that pitch missed inside. The count of ball and 2 strikes to Aiden Rice. Anticipate the weather being similar tomorrow in Anchorage as both of these teams, Falcons and the Rangers, participating in the Alaska 529 Mid-Season Classic. Here's the pitch to Rice. Misses upstairs. The count is 2-2 to the number 9 hitter in the Rangers' order. It'll bring up Connor Mitchison next, so long as Rice doesn't roll into a double play. Pitch on the way from Takini as he comes set. An aggressive leadoff is second for Lee. Takes an extra half step back to the bag as Takini misses upstairs on the 2-2 pitch. The count is 3-2. Not a bad pitch from Takini there in a 2-2 count. Kind of left that curveball hanging up there. Probably lucky that it missed instead of dropping any further. Count 3-2. Takini looking for that put-away pitch with 2 men on in the bottom of the 5th inning in the 5-1 ball game. This one is hit foul, and the count will remain full, 3-2. Falcons have scored 1 run in the first, 1 in the 4th, 3 in the 5th. The lone run for Madisonville came in the 3rd inning. Takini looks in. Agreeable on the sign, checks the runner at second before coming set. Now the pitch. This is upstairs, and the bases are loaded for the top of the Rangers' order as Lee advances to third, Nobles to second, Rice now aboard at first, and Jacoby Takini going to go out and have a chat with Colin Takini. And as he does, want to, again, recognize some more of the folks that make this week's broadcasts possible here on mybasin.com. and AlaskaLegionBaseball.com. I'm sure some folks tuned in still have the hot link on the website there at AlaskaLegionBaseball.com. Want to shout out Van Williams again, who runs that page, as well as Alaska Sports Report, for allowing me to come here to broadcast every game from Wasilla. Hope you've enjoyed it. If you've joined us just today or for every game all week long, thank you all the same. Wouldn't be possible without Van Williams and the group that he's with, the Alliance in Alaska, running the Legion page and AlaskaSportsReport.com. All right, Connor Mitchison bats with the bases loaded and 1 out in the bottom of the 5th inning. He represents the tying run against the Klamath Falls Falcons, and so far today in this game, he is 2 for 2. He's the guy you want up here if you're the Rangers. Takini is going to come right after him on the first pitch. Here it comes. Curveball misses upstairs. The count is 1-0. Not only has Mitchison seen Takini well in this game going 2 for 2, but in the opener, he was 3 for 5 with 4 RBI. These are the kind of spots he thrives in. Takini set and the pitch. Jams him, and did he go? He did not go. The count is 2-0 to Mitchison. Layden Bozarth. No, pardon me. It won't be Bozarth who's on deck. It'll be Nash Lee on deck for the Rangers. Lee will get his first at-bat after coming into pitch next. That pitch is going to find the zone. Count 2-1 as Takini goes with the hard stuff behind in the count 2-0. Trying to battle back in. At third base is Jax Lee. At second base is Tate Nobles. At first base is Aiden Rice. Mitchison a chance to put a dent in this Falcons lead as he will take strike 2. A fastball about knee high on the outside corner. And a 2-strike count. Takini gets the sign from Takini. Colin set. Looks in. Kicks, steps, fires. Curveball hit high in the sky to the right side in foul territory. That one is out of play, foul. And the count will remain 2-2 to Connor Mitchison. Mitchison hasn't only been hot in this game either. Flash you back to the opening game against Palmer, where Mitchison was 4 for 4 with 2 doubles and an RBI. Here he again lifts one high to the right side. Again, it is caught in foul territory for the out. Two away in the inning, and Mitchison had quite a few words to say on his way back to the dugout. And I'm not sure all of them were very friendly, but he heads on back. There are 2 outs in the inning. Thank you, Blue. 23 back into the game, so it is going to be Layden Bozarth batting here with 2 outs. All right, Bozarth is 0 for 2 today. He struck out and grounded out so far in the contest. Means we'll likely see a new pitcher, I think, for the Rangers in the next half inning. And time is called. Just a quick time. I believe it was the batter who called time, Bozarth. Still an opportunity to put a dent in this lead for the Rangers. With 2 outs and the bases loaded, this is the best chance the Rangers have had to put up multiple runs in an inning. Takini comes set, and the pitch. Curveball misses high. The count is 1-0. After Bozarth, it's Xavier Martin in the game. He's on deck. All right, Takini looking in. Not an aggressive lead anywhere for Madisonville. They're hoping Bozarth can come up with a clutch hit here. The 1-0 pitch is ripped down the third base line. Foul. Just barely foul, and the count is even now. A ball and a strike to Bozarth. On the season, Layden Bozarth bats .393. His 7 RBIs, good for second most on the team. He's actually tied in that metric with Nobles. But he's hoping to add a few more in a big spot in the tournament championship game. Takini takes pause before coming set. Now's together. Here's the pitch. Goes outside on the 2-seam fastball and finds the zone. 1-2. It started off the outside and broke back across. Nice pitch there by Colin to get ahead. 1-2. Looking to get out of this inning and leave the bases loaded. Big pitch on the way from Colin. He kicks. He fires. Change-up, strike 3. And the Rangers leave the bases loaded. The Falcons lead 5-1 as we go to the 6th next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
We drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Subaru, you're coming home.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
Back with you, top of the 6th inning at the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament here in Wasilla, Alaska on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on MyBasin.com. New pitcher into the game for the Rangers is going to be number 22. That's Evan Lear. Finishing up his warm-up tosses, he will come in relief of Nash Lee. We also understand that Layden Bozarth has re-entered the game. It looks like he will be patrolling shortstop. Get the defensive changes for you for Madisonville here in just a moment. But first, we will take a look at the season totals for Evan Lear as the right-hander for Madisonville inherits a situation where his team trails 5-1. so far this season. This is his third appearance. He's pitched 3 1/3 innings. He is without a decision, but he does have 1 save, 3 hits, 1 run, 5 Ks, a 2.1 ERA. First task is one Ryan Douglas. It'll be 9-1-2 for the Falcons here in the 6th inning as we bring back the score bug for you there in the bottom left of your screen for those of you watching on mybasin.com. And here we go. The pitch to Douglas is taken for a strike on the outside corner. The count is 0-1. All right, some other changes for Madisonville for you. Again, the new pitcher, Lear, is out there. We do know that Bozarth re-entered, as that is strike 2 now to Douglas. So, well, Bozarth, not quite sure where he is out there on the field defensively, as haven't gotten the indication yet from Game Changer. If I had to guess, though, I believe it would be at shortstop. Again, though, no official designation yet. Right now the count is 0-2 to Ryan Douglas, who's 1 for 2 in the ballgame. He singled in the first. Singled in a run in the 4th, and he struck out in the 2nd. Here he takes the ball to count 1-2. Pitch on the way. It's a line drive into left field and a base hit. Two for 3 now is Douglas, and that's how we get things started in the top of the 6th inning. And now we go back to the top of the order for Max Price. Price is 0 for 3 in this contest. He has grounded out twice and flown out once. Now settles in with nobody out and a runner on in the top of the 6th inning of the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament. The man who bears the namesake of this tournament, Todd Ryan, was a coach here in Wasilla in the late 80s and the early 90s as the first pitch to Max Price misses below the zone. The count is 1-0. He was an all-state, all-conference baseball player, multi-sport athlete here in Wasilla. He was tragically involved in a car accident which cut his playing career short, but Todd Ryan dedicated himself to continue to coach and help the youth here in the area, and that's where he made his legacy. As the pitch, we're going to have to wait for it. Check on the runner over at first in Ryan Douglas. He's back safely. As the count is 1-0 to Max Price from Evan Lear. Lear comes set and is getting ready to deliver the pitch to Price. Price shows bunt, pulls back. The pitch bounces to the plate, but Douglas stays put at first. Count 2-0. Todd Ryan suddenly and tragically passed away at the age of 26 in 1991. It was a surprise to everybody here in the community. And so in the year 2000, it was decided that this tournament, which has been played all but 3 seasons, is going to bear his namesake. And they're still playing it to this day. As the 2-0 pitch rolled out to shortstop, the shortstop comes up with it, throws on to second in time. And that will be the first out in the inning. Advancing to second on that play, though, was Douglas. Didn't have a chance to turn 2. It'll be Connor Shively who bats with a runner in scoring position in the top of the 6th inning. I read an article about the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament, of course, before coming here as the pitch into Shively is called a strike. The count 0-1. It was written in 2010, which would have been the 10th anniversary of this tournament. And it was when Todd Ryan's brother came out to throw the first pitch and gave this article in retrospective on his brother's life and legacy 10 years after the tournament had started as Shively takes that pitch on the inside, 1-1. In fact, multiple of the coaches who still coach here for the Wasilla Road Warriors, and Coach Michael was talking to him, was telling me that he remembers coaching with Todd Ryan. The legacy of him still lives on here in the Mat-Su Valley. A ground ball up the middle, bounces off the second base bag and into center field. Ryan Douglas will score from second. A lucky hop there for Shively is a routine ground ball up the middle. Slow roller looked playable for the shortstop until it ricocheted off the second base bag and into center field, giving Shively the RBI, make him 2 for 4 on the contest, and it will bring up Jacoby Tacchini. 6-1, Falcons lead. By the way, Shively stayed at first in that instance. Still nobody out in the inning for Jacoby Tacchini. Rain starting to come down a bit heavier now in Wasilla. As the pitch on its way is going to be called a strike on the outside corner. Stealing second and in safely is Connor Shively. So man in scoring position for Tacchini, who is 1 for 1 today. He singled in the third, otherwise had a sacrifice and was hit by a pitch. Shively takes another half step back to the bag as the pitcher Lear checks on him. The delivery home is going to miss. The count, a ball and a strike to Jacoby, with Colin Tacchini waiting on deck. The 1-1. Here it comes. That pitch is going to miss off the outside. 2-1. Rain falling steadily here in Wasilla, a little bit slower than the pace we saw yesterday when we had to go into that delay. Actually didn't have to impact any of the games once they already started, though. It was just an hour and 15-minute pause in between the second and third games of the day yesterday, as the 2-1 was ripped foul by Jacoby Tacchini, 2-2. Well, there's nothing going on after this one here in Wasilla. This is for it all. For the gold, for the plaque. It is a plaque. That's what the teams are getting if they win. I got a chance to look at the plaques before the game started today. They were sitting on my broadcast table. I said, I think you guys lost these, and returned them to the Wasilla players. But that's what's on the line. The plaque and a first place placement at the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament. The count is full to Jacoby Tacchini, with Shively still out there at second. Evan Lear comes set and delivers the pitch. That one misses in the dirt, and Shively will advance on that pitch in the dirt. Jacoby Tacchini will reach on the walk, which will bring in Chase Barrett to run for Tacchini. So here's Colin with a chance to add to the Falcons' lead, up 6-1 in the top of the sixth inning. And there is nobody out. We'll see if they've got Barrett on the move or if anything is on there for the runner at first, as Colin Tacchini is 1 for 3 today. His RBI single in the first inning scored the first run of the game for the Falcons. Since then, though, he has struck out and flown out in his 2 at-bats. Set is Lear. And the pitch. Grounded down the third base side, foul. The count is 0-1. It's a bit of a funny scene in between innings. We're playing in what would be an Oregon AAA Legion rules, so all of the coaches have to have the helmets when they're out there on the base paths. I think 90% of the time this week that Joe Tacchini has tried to run over to first, he's forgotten his helmet. That pitch is rolled out to the pitcher. Breaking for the plate is Shively. They're going to throw to first, and they get the out, but the Falcons score a run. It's now 7-1. Falcons lead, 1 out in the inning. Advancing to second on that play was Barrett, and an RBI for Colin Tacchini. He's now 2 RBIs in this game. And the Falcons lead by 6. It'll bring up P.J. Safford. I'll wait for home plate umpire to brush off the plate a little bit. But as I was continuing that story about Tacchini, like I said, maybe 90% is a bit exaggeratory, but at least half the times Tacchini's trying to go over the first, he's forgotten his skull cap because it's not something that we typically play by in single-A Legion rules. But as he was running out of the dugout, Coach Teeter said, "Tack, get over here. You got to have your helmet." And from home plate, he tried to throw his hat to the dugout and have someone toss him out a helmet. I got a good little chuckle from myself and the rest of the Falcons faithful. Usually when Tacchini is throwing his hat, it's not a good sign. So it's nice to see it in a positive light here in this inning. So going to see a meeting on the mound for the coach for Madisonville. I believe it was a 1-0 count to P.J. Safford. On a double check on that. Again, our score is 7-1. Falcons leading in this tournament championship game in the top of the 6th inning. The count is 1-0 to Safford. When he gets a chance to hit again, it'll be Chase Barrett aboard at second. And they are still having this out there on the mound. I want to remind you that along with all the sponsors we've continued to mention all tournament long, this also brought to you by Gino's Cafe on East Main Street. Open every morning at 6:30, serving up their famous breakfast burritos. Those are served all day long, along with their other menu items like burgers, monthly specials, and Italian favorites. You can order online at iloveginos.com or have it brought straight to you via DoorDash. Also want to highlight Klamath Falls Subaru, who, through the Subaru Love Promise and Subaru Share the Love events, have donated over thousands of dollars to dozens of hometown charities. They're comfortable and not corporate at Klamath Falls Studio. Klamath Falls Subaru. Stop on by and say hi, and Washburn Way. So the count is 1-0 to P.J. Safford. Bats with the runner in scoring position and 1 out in the 6th inning. Set is Evan Lear. And the pitch. Swung on and fouled off by Safford. The count is even now at a ball and a strike. Carson Pimley is on deck for the Falcons. Safford already today is 0 for 2. He did walk and score, though, in the 5th inning. Lear set and delivers the pitch. Taken for a ball outside. They try to throw down to get Barrett, but he's back safely. Count 2 balls and a strike to P.J. Safford. Safford bats .314 on the season. Sorry, trying to figure out the count. We're having a discussion with the dugout from Madisonville. Apologize for the silence. Just trying to tune into that. But here we go. 2 on the count. The pitch is in the dirt. Nice job by the catcher Nobles to block it. But the count 3 balls and a strike to P.J. Safford. Lear's come in to pitch this inning and has already given up a run. 2 runs home this inning for the Falcons. Douglas started the inning with a single. Connor Shively later knocked him in with an RBI. And Colin Tacchini scored Shively on that ground ball in the infield. And Safford works a 5-pitch walk. Aboard at first. Barrett stays at second. Second time Safford has walked today. And in steps Carson Pimley. Pimley came up with an RBI single in the 5th inning. Otherwise, a strikeout and a walk on the ledger for him, although 2 runs scored because he came around to score not only in that 5th inning, like I mentioned, but also on the walk in the 4th. Gets his first look at Evan Lear, and the pitch will miss upstairs. The count is 1-0. On deck is Corbin Hamilton. Lear straightens up the cap before toeing the rubber. Gets the sign from Nobles and is set. Here's the pitch. Hard ground ball down to third base. A diving stop by Rice, the third baseman. He'll take it to the bag himself, and that will be the inning. The top of the 6th. Falcons lead 7-1. Go to the bottom half next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
It's the bottom of the sixth inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. A score of 7-1, and the Klamath Falls Falcons leading the Madisonville Rangers in the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament Championship game. The Rangers try to get back into this ball game. It'll be 3, 4, and 5 due up this half inning. That's Xavier Martin, Hayden Hudson, and Micah Austin. At least that's who's due up. I don't think there's going to be any changes to these three guys, but we'll see. I've been doing my best to keep track of these substitutions. The umpires have been very gracious and let me know everything that's going on, so I think I've got it right. As Xavier Martin steps in, he is 1 for 2 in the ball game against Colin Takini. He'll take a first pitch curveball that bounces to the plate. The count is 1-0. The Falcons scored 1 run in the first, 1 in the fourth, 3 in the fifth, and 2 in the sixth. For Madisonville, their lone run came in the third inning. That one is fouled off. The count is even now at a ball and a strike to Xavier Martin, who had 9 RBI in the tournament in Kenai. That was a tournament in which the Rangers won 2-0. Pitch misses inside, 2-1. It's almost now or never time for the Rangers. Having a 6-run deficit against the Falcons in the 7th is not where you want to be. Trying to get at least a couple of those runs back here in this inning. The count 2 balls and 2 strikes to Xavier Martin after he hit that last pitch foul into left field. Takini going to come after the left-hander here in the 2-2. The pitch is an off-speed pitch and a line drive straight to shortstop. Shively leaves his feet to catch it. And L6 in the book. It'll bring up Hayden Hudson. Hudson is 1 for 2 today. He flew out in the first after singling in the fourth. Pitch on the way to Hudson. Hit in the air, right side. That is out of play, and the count is 0-1. Hudson started at first base today for the Rangers. His one-base hit came in the 4th inning when he singled there. He was picked off of first to end that inning. Right now falls behind 0-1 in the count to Takini. And here's the pitch from the windup. Curveball in the zone, strike 2. Elevated in the zone, but in the zone nonetheless for Takini. Could go just about anywhere here on the 0-2. Here it comes. Goes curveball away and gets the swing and the miss for the second out in the 6th inning. In steps Micah Austin, who has grounded out and flown out to this point in the ball game. That was in the 2nd and 4th innings. Takini looking to make quick work of the Rangers here. Already 2 quick outs in the bottom of the 6th. Outside fastball misses, and the count is 1-0. After Austin, it would be Jax Lee hoping for a chance as that one is ripped foul. The count is even now at a ball and a strike to Micah Austin. Here comes Takini with the 1-1 pitch. Goes curveball, misses high. The count 2-1. Micah Austin, a high school graduate this past spring, class of 2025. I said there are 7 guys on this Madisonville roster who were class of 2025. Here's the 2-1. It's a roller to the third base side. Safford knocks it down, has trouble coming up with it cleanly, and that will allow Austin to reach on the error at third. Brings up Jax Lee after the error with 2 outs in the 6th. Lee is 1 for 2 today. He flew out in the 2nd, but singled in the 5th, was left stranded in that inning. move over to first. Back safely is the runner, Austin. After Lee in the order, it's Easton Mefford for the Rangers of Madisonville, Kentucky. Pitch on the way from Takini. First pitch swinging and a hopper out to Shively. Throw on to first is in time, and that will end the inning. Going to the seventh, the Klamath Falls Falcons lead the Madisonville Rangers 7-1 in the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament Championship game. Back after this on mybasin.com.
So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place that feels as good as home. And then I heard your voice, I know you're coming home, I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
Want to welcome you back to the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament on 104.3 and 960 Sports. In between innings, heard some thunder. And so not sure if we're going to go into some kind of delay. Our officials talking to a tournament organizer. Are we going to be forced to? I didn't see any lightning, which would be the reason to call for delay. There was a little bit of thunder. But going to try to get some clarification from the umpires, or I think they've got to decide what's going to go on here as they pushed both teams back into the dugout. There's no rain right now. Coach Ken Ottinger of the Wasilla Road Warriors is over there talking to the umpires, too. He's the tournament director, or at least he's been acting as such here in Wasilla as they decide what we're going to do now. I'd like to try to get some clarification from somebody. Maybe, well, we'll find out. So looks like station manager for KLAD in Klamath Falls, Rob Sims, potentially talking to Coach Takini, trying to find out what happened. Coach Ottinger is coming over to talk to Takini as well. Maybe we'll get some kind of indication. Might hear some silence for a second as I try to usher someone over here to give me some kind of explanation. Just one moment, please. Coach, what's going on? Are we on a delay? What's going on? I have 7-1. Did they tell you lightning delay or what? Not yet. They're talking about it. Okay. I'll let you know. Yeah, I have 7-1 as the score. Okay.
They're having me come over here to eject you.
Eject me? I'm like, what did I say? Holy cow, that'd be a first. Oh my God.
30-minute delay.
30 minutes.
25 now. Yeah.
25. Okay. Was there lightning?
Started, yeah.
Okay.
It started at 5:45.
Okay.
We're going to try it. We're going to look for this. If there is any more.
Clock restarts.
Yeah, every time.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You bet. And we'll keep you posted.
All right. At least I get to stay in the game. I appreciate that. Thank you.
The only thing I was like, because I had to come on again.
All right, apologize for the brief silence here. Josh Eldridge back with you live from Wasilla, Alaska, the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament. Again, apologies for the brief silence there. Found out that we are in a 30-minute delay. We're probably closer to about 22 minutes right now. So what we're going to do is, if you're listening on the radio on 104.3 and 960 Sports, going to return you over to Fox Sports Radio for the next little while until the teams take the field. If you're watching online, it's real simple. Just stay put, and we'll be back with you when we are ready to play. Right now, in the top of the 7th inning, we're just about to get going in the 7th inning. It was in between the bottom of the 6th and the top of the 7th where we had this lightning. We are in a delay where the Falcons lead 7-1. We'll be back in just a little while. Thank you again for sticking with us here from Wasilla, Alaska, heading into a lightning delay for the next about 20 or so minutes. My name is Josh Eldridge. We'll be back in just a bit, so stick around on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com. Well, if you're by your radio waiting for the Falcons to come back on the air, or you're by your TV waiting for the Todd Ryan Memorial Invitational to finish, we are about ready for baseball in the top of the 7th inning. After a quick lightning delay, we are ready to go. The Klamath Falls Falcons lead in the top of the 7th inning, 7-1 against the Madisonville, Kentucky Rangers in the championship game. My name is Josh Eldridge. Thank you for being patient with us as we prepare everything and get ourselves going for what is going to be the finale of a 3-day stay in Wasilla for the Klamath Falls Falcons. And they look to hopefully grab a tournament crown and finish things out against Madisonville. But they've got to keep the bottom of the order at bay if they want a chance to come back in the game for the Madisonville Rangers. It'll be Corbin Hamilton, Carson Sims, and Ryan Douglas to bat in the top of the 7th inning. All right, Corbin Hamilton ready to step in. He is 1 for 3 today with a 2 RBI single back in the 5th inning, helping the Falcons build out their lead. First pitch was off the outside. The count 1-0. Here's the next pitch. Lear still on the mound for Madisonville. There's a strike, and the count is even. Lear now able to work out of the windup against Hamilton. There's a pitch, misses outside. And the count is 2-1. We had a thunder roll in between the bottom of the 6th and the top of the 7th. That put us into the delay. But it looks like we're about ready to finish things off. The 2-1 pitch to Hamilton is rolled foul. The count is even now at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Hamilton, then Sims, then Douglas do up this half inning for the Falcons. And now ready to go out of the windup is Lear. The pitch is going to miss upstairs. The count is full to Corbin, 3-2. Hamilton looks down to Coach Teeters, gets any signs he may need, and the delivery on the way. 3-2 is going to miss outside, and Hamilton works a walk as we get things started in the top of the 7th. The Falcons going to try to add a little bit more insurance in this inning as they lead by 6. It'll bring up Carson Sims, who is 1 for 2 today. He walked in the 2nd, singled in the 4th, and flew out in the 5th. After Sims, Ryan Douglas in the Falcons order. Again, rain has been gone for quite some time. There was a little bit of lightning. It sounds like the lightning that I didn't see was actually behind me, and so I suppose that would explain it. But it was a quick delay, and we are back in the action as Sims takes ball 1 below the knees. It bounces to the plate, and he gets ahead 1-0. Sims ready to step back into the box. And Lear checks the runner at first before getting ready to deliver home. Here's the pitch. Sims thought about laying down a bunt, but pulls back in time. And the count is 2-0 to Sims. Ready's back. Sims relaxed in the right-handed batter's box. Goes to lay down a bunt again. This time it's a strike. The count 2 balls and a strike to Sims. His single in the 4th inning has been his only hit in this game. And in the opener, Sims finished 0 for 2 with an RBI on a sacrifice fly. Here's the pitch. Ground ball towards short. Up with it is the shortstop. He goes to second for 1, then goes to first for the next. A 6-3 double play will make it so there are 2 outs in the top of the 7th inning. And this will bring up Ryan Douglas as the Falcons look to mount something of a two-out rally here. Douglas keeps his hands low in the right-handed batter's box now, ready to swing with the bases empty. Here's the delivery from Lear. It is a two-seam fastball that finds the zone on the outside. The count is 0-1 to Douglas. Douglas 2 for 3 today. He singled in a run in the fourth inning. He singled and scored in the sixth inning. The 0-1 pitch on the way to Douglas chases an upstairs fastball. The count is 0-2. If Douglas finds a way to get on base, it's Max Price who waits on deck. Here's the pitch. That one misses high. Douglas learned his lesson after chasing the high cheese on the last pitch. Lays off this time and battles back the count of ball and 2 strikes to Douglas. Lear delivers. That one is going to ring up Price, an outside rings up Douglas. And he goes down looking to get out of the 7th inning. The last of the 7th is next, and Madisonville will try to mount a comeback. As we will be back in just a moment. The Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Time to reclaim your health and your autonomy. At Heartfelt OBGYN, they focus on you. Their evidence-based approach to care means fewer office visits and a targeted treatment plan to directly address your specific needs. They believe in solutions for their patients, not the industry's profit margin. The providers at Heartfelt OBGYN are committed to serving the community and giving back to the basin. Find them at heartfeltobgyn.com. Heartfelt, because you deserve to be in control of your body and your informed choices.
At Eisler Group, they are confident that their tax and accounting professionals are experienced and trained like no one else. From individual, corporate, partnership, estate, trust, Eisler Group stands ready to help you with all of your financial, tax, and accounting needs. They have been in Klamath Falls for nearly 60 years, raising their families here and being part of the community. The Eisler Group can be found at eislerkf.com. That's ISLERKF.com. eislerkf.com.
P.J. Safford looking to close the door for the Klamath Falls Falcons in this tournament game. A couple of other changes as Safford enters the game. We'll give you the final line on him, by the way, or the season stats on him, by the way, in just a moment. But first, want to let you know that Colin Tacchini has moved over from pitching to now play third. Former third baseman Max Price is moved over to third, and it is Safford on the mound for the Falcons. P.J. Safford this season making his 5th appearance, his 3rd in relief. In 12 2/3 innings pitched, he is 0-1, has 2 saves, has given up 14 hits, 1 earned run, and has struck out 17 batters, good for a .553 ERA. He'll be going up against the bottom of the Rangers' order, as the Falcons are 3 outs away from their first ever Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament championship. Rangers are still trying to find their first championship as well, to be the first team from Kentucky to ever win the event. They've got a tall mountain to climb, nearly 3,800 miles worth. It's about 6 runs. Here's the pitch to Mefford. It's a curveball from Safford. Finds the zone. The count is 0-1. First time we've seen Safford pitch here in Alaska as he goes back to Mefford. That time the pitch misses upstairs. It's 1-0. Look to be the off-speed pitch again. And Safford already back on the rubber, ready to throw. He's trying to make this quick as he goes fastball, and it produces a swing and a miss from Mefford. The count is now a ball and 2 strikes. It'll be Mefford, Nobles, and Rice due up this half for the Rangers. Here's the 1-2. Curveball misses high. And the count is even now at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Mefford on the game so far is 0 for 2. He popped out to the catcher and struck out in the 5th inning. Here's the pitch. It's an inside fastball that rung him up. Did it? Was it a ball? Everyone thought that was a strike. The count is 3-2. Everyone except for the umpire thought that was a strike, including the batter who started walking on back to the dugout. Takini threw down to third, thinking it was strike 3. PJ's having a chuckle about it on the mound. He's going to come after with a full count pitch. It is popped up to the left side. Could be playable in foul territory. Price just ran out of room despite a great effort over there by the Falcons dugout. Count will remain 3-2. That pitch that was called a ball was an inside fastball. Must have missed off the inside corner to the left. He was about belt high. But now here we go again, 3-2. Safford trying to set down Mefford. Looks in, gets the sign from Jacoby, and delivers. That one is strike 3, knee high, and down looking is Mefford for the first out in the 7th inning. The Falcons now just 2 outs away from a tournament championship here in Wasilla. Tate Nobles, 2 for 2 today, steps in, batting from the right side. He also scored a run in the 3rd inning. First pitch from Safford, ripped foul. The count is 0-1. Safford already back on the hill, ready to throw. He keeps a quick tempo out there. Here's the pitch. Slider in the zone for a strike. 0-2, started in off the plate and then broke back across the plate in for the strike, as I said. The count 0-2. Safford delivers, goes fastball, swing and a miss. 2 Ks for Safford to start the 7th, and the Rangers down to their final out. It's Aiden Rice, who's 0 for 1 today. Grounded out in the 3rd, walked in the 5th. And he is the only thing standing in between the Falcons and a tournament championship here in Wasilla. First pitch to Rice. Outside slider, misses. Count is 1-0. On deck, if the inning continues, is Connor Mitchison. Delivery from Safford is hit hard down the left field side, foul. Count is even now, and a ball and a strike. Safford ready to go again. The 1-1 out of the windup. Gets the sign from Takini. Steps, kicks, fires, slider, finds the outside corner. And the Rangers down to their final strike of the day. Safford trying to put away the Rangers. The pitch is a check swing. It's in the dirt. Strike 3. The throw down to first is in time. And the Klamath Falls Falcons are Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament champions in 2025. We'll be back to recap it all for you as the Falcons are victorious 7-1 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Pacific Power works day in and day out to power our communities because we know our neighbors rely on us. We're trimming and clearing branches around poles and lines, protecting our system, and giving you real-time updates when storms roll in. You can count on us in all seasons. 24/7, we're here for you. Powering your greatness.
The cars we drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon, soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
As a parent of a high school athlete, I've given up trying to get pictures of my kid playing sports. It's nearly impossible to take pictures and enjoy the game. There is a solution, though. God's Gifts Photography attends high school sporting events in the Basin to take individual and team action photos at a great price. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook to learn more. They'll come and capture your athlete in action, creating those frameable lifelong memories so you can watch and just enjoy the moment. Call 541-281-2206 to get your athlete on their schedule. God's Gifts Photography.
The Klamath Falls Falcons are your Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament champions in 2025 after a 7-1 win against the Madisonville Rangers. 7 runs on 9 hits for the Falcons. They commit 2 errors. They leave 7 runners on base. For Madisonville, 1 run on 6 hits. They commit 1 error. They leave 5 runners on base. Your winning pitcher today is Colin Takini, who pitched 6 innings, giving up 6 hits, 1 run. It was unearned. He struck out 4. The save goes to P.J. Safford, no save in the contest. Sorry about that. The losing pitcher would be the starter, Bozarth, who pitched the first 4 2/3 innings, giving up 5 hits, 3 runs, 3 earned. He walked 2 and struck out 5. Offensive notables for the Falcons include a 2-for-4 day for Connor Shively with an RBI. Jacoby Takini was 1 for 2. Colin Takini was 1 for 4 with 2 RBI. Corbin Hamilton was 1 for 3 with 2 RBI. And Ryan Douglas was 2 for 4 with 1 RBI in the win for the Klamath Falls Falcons. You can see them if you're watching them there on mybasin.com. They are only the second team in Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament history to be crowned champions from the state of Oregon, joining the Eugene Challengers of 2023. And for Madisonville, placing second in this event, both of these teams will be on to Anchorage for the Alaska 529 Mid-Season Classic. The Madisonville Rangers will play the nightcap 7:30 tomorrow night against West Anchorage. The Klamath Falls Falcons will be with you live from Mulcahy Stadium at 11:45 as the Falcons play South Anchorage in the 529 Mid-Season Classic. Thank you so much for joining us, whether it was just for this game, whether it was just for the Falcons games, or whether it was all tournament long on mybasin.com and AlaskaLegionBaseball.com. Thank you very much for spending your Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday with me from Bumpus Fields in Wasilla, Alaska. The Klamath Falls Falcons are tournament champions. Now they move on to the Mid-Season Classic. Want to thank everybody involved in making these broadcasts possible. Every single coach and every single umpire I've spoken with at this event has been absolutely phenomenal. Thank you all of the coaches and umpires who I've worked with this week, along with our sponsors. First, I want to highlight one final time before we head off the air, the folks at AlaskaLegionBaseball.com and Van Williams and his crew for allowing me to broadcast not only the Falcons games here in Wasilla, but every single game of the tournament. Be sure to share the love with some of his sponsors as well, the Alliance, the Alaska Sports Report, and Alaska Airlines. Big thanks to Van Williams from AlaskaLegionBaseball.com. Also want to highlight some of our sponsors here on MyBasin.com. The Eisler Group in Klamath Falls, along with Heartfelt OBGYN, for allowing us to make this trip and be here in the first place. Those folks stepped up when we asked them at the 11th hour and could not be more grateful for the Eisler Group and for Heartfelt OBGYN in Klamath Falls. Once again, the final score, the Klamath Falls Falcons are your tournament champions with a 7-1 win over Madisonville. My name is Josh Eldridge, wishing you a great rest of your night. So long from Wasilla, Alaska.